We are live, sir.
Let me welcome all to World University Summit on Universities of Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development, organized by International Institute of Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, IIHED, of Jindal Global University. This is the session number 8, entitled Environmental Sustainability, a Core Commitment of the University Beyond Rankings. Let me introduce my panelists and myself first, and then we can talk about the concept and go for a little discussion on the concept by our panelist. So let me introduce the first panelist, Professor Dr. Abhijit Banerjee. Professor Dr. Abhijit Banerjee is Professor of Environmental Studies at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. He has more than 10 years of teaching and research experience in the United States that have include several peer-reviewed publications and presentations at international conferences. In the US, he was actively involved in the Association for Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education and played a leading role in various campus sustainability initiatives. After returning to India, Abhijit has worked in the environmental policy implementation with the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, and the United Nations on issues related to climate change, resource efficiency, and circular economy. His expertise on the resource efficiency and circular economy has led to consulting opportunity with Niti Aayog, Government of India's policy body, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Abhijit's area of interest and specialization include environmental and energy policy, resource efficiency, circular economy, environmental politics, and global environmental governance. Now let me introduce our second panelist, Professor Dr. Rosalie Rajikan. Professor Dr. Rosalie Rajikan is currently a professor in clinical nutrition and dietetics at the Center for Healthy Aging and Wellness, Faculty of Health Science, University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. He specializes in clinical nutrition and dietetics, focusing on diet optimization modeling, nutrition for low-income residents, individuals with special need, and student development. He obtained a Bachelor of Science in Dietetics honors degree from UKM, MSc in Human Nutrition and Metabolism from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland, UK, and PhD in Nutrition and Plant Science from the University of Glasgow, Scotland, United Kingdom. He is currently serving as the UKM Pro Vice Chancellor for Strategy and Corporate Development. Previously, he had held many administrative positions in UKM, including the Director of Student Affairs Center, Head of Dietetics Program, Faculty of Health Sciences, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Alumni, and Director of Development Center, Student and Alumni Relations. Now I wish to welcome the third panelist in this panel, Professor Dr. Jenny Shaw. Professor Dr. Jenny Shaw is Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President Academic at the University of Adelaide, Australia, where she oversees all undergraduate and postgraduate coursework, student matters, from enrollment to graduation, as well as teaching curriculum quality and excellence. Previous roles include that of Executive Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Adelaide, Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Science at the University of New England, Inaugural Director of Arts New England, UNE Center for Research and Innovation in the Arts, and Associate Dean and Head of School at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, University of Sydney. Jenny has undergraduate qualification in music, BA First Class Honours and University Medal, and in law, LLB First Class Honours from University of Sydney, Australia, and postgraduate award, MA and PhD from Stony Brook University, USA. She sits on a number of advisory and governing boards in Australia and is responsible for the sustainability education pillar under University of Adelaide's Here for Good Sustainability Policy. Now, let me introduce myself. I'll be moderating this session. I am Professor Dr. Abhirup Chowdhury. I am Professor and Executive Dean at Jindal Global School of Environment and Sustainability. I have completed my graduation in Botany Honours and MSc in Environmental System Management from University of Calcutta. I earned my PhD degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Indian School of Mines with Government of India Fellowship on the research question, how development and climate change is impacting mangrove ecology at Indian Sundarbans. My postdoctoral research was on Kutch mangrove ecology at Gujarat. I have published around 37 Scoopers indexed journal articles around 2016 to 23 with over 1,000 citations. I am currently engaged in the capacity of editorial board member in journals such as BMC Public Health, Frontiers in Soil Science, and Toxin Reviews. I work extensively in green livelihood generation schemes at Indian Sundarban, and also work in understanding how development impact mangrove ecology and blue carbon sequestration at Kutch and Sundarbans. Now, let me take some time and introduce the concept of this particular session. This is session number 8 and entitled Environmental Sustainability, a Core Commitment of the University Beyond Ranking. Universities are the pivotal institutions for the dissemination of knowledge through teaching and for generation of new knowledge through research. University functions as a microcosm of society and can therefore help predict which sustainable innovation might work at a larger level. Overall, universities play an essential role in sustainable development through their pioneering of new practices, their work which impacts society, and their education of future generation, giving them a special ability to create and influence change. The sustainability indicator has gained so much momentum that ranking systems such as QS and Times ranking are gearing towards measuring a university's ability to tackle the world's greatest environmental, social, and governance challenges, and therefore reinforce their commitment to our sustainable development goals. In this panel, we will deliberate upon the need to think about environmental sustainability as a core commitment of universities in the 21st century beyond concern about rankings. With this, let me hand the floor over to my panelists to talk a little about this concept, and then we can go to the question and answer session. First, I would like to invite Professor Abhijit Banerjee to speak some words about this concept.
Yes. Thank you, Abhirup, and welcome to all the other panelists. Abhirup is my colleague. The other panelists are joining from other countries, so special welcome to all of them and the audience. And thank you to the organizers who have organized this summit. Am I audible clearly? Is it loud enough? Okay. So Abhirup has nicely outlined the mission and purpose of this session. So in my introductory remarks, I'll just maybe reflect on my own experience a little bit. I mean, we are all coming at sustainability, all the panelists from different angles and different experiences. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to reflect from my own experiences. We do see that the younger generation is not only more aware, but also more concerned. Even if they don't understand the full extent of, particularly with climate change, they see it everywhere in the news and the media, so they are more engaged. So what I've been trying to convey to them is that, and students really engage with this direction, that if we let catastrophic climate change happen, as we all know, climate is changing, we can't stop it, but we need to avoid catastrophic climate change, which is the goal of the United Nations Treaty. But if we let catastrophic climate change happen, those of us in the privileged sectors, we may not immediately feel anything drastic, but gradually, particularly for the younger generation, in a few decades from now, we will not be insulated any longer. Even if we today think of ourselves as belonging to the privileged sector, whether in rich countries or developing countries. So what does that mean? How will it affect us? It's not that big natural disasters will wipe us out, or that is only going to happen to a small fraction of people. What I really stress is collapse of socio-economic and political order. So this is going to, if we have large-scale food shortages, food riots, refugee problems, and economic collapse brought on by climate disasters, when you put everything together, no country will remain insulated. So even those of us who belong to supposedly privileged sector will find our future lives and careers severely disrupted. It's almost like a civil war has broken out in your country. So this is what students really, initially they're very shocked when I talk about this, but then they really start to think through. Some people have the idea that climate change impacts are a distant phenomenon. It's happening somewhere else in the Sundarbans, in the semi-arid regions, water shortage. It's happening to someone else, the refugees from Bangladesh and so on. But everyone will be affected, particularly the younger generation. So that is my starting point, and we see that students really start taking it seriously. That the whole purpose of a university education, we often think of purpose of a university education is to only build a career, proper successful career. But as we are discussing today, that the mission of the university is far wider. It has a responsibility towards society. It has a responsibility for building the newer generation. So I stress to the new generation students that what good is the use of a successful academic career followed by a successful professional career if there is no economy to the economy has collapsed by the time you are a few decades from now. So you have a fantastic degrees and professional accomplishments, but what good will it do to you? So this is what is recognized by the youth climate protesters. We have seen Greta Thunberg at the United Nations and so on. So they're boycotting school and college because we have no future. What is the purpose of education? So so this is the theme I constantly try to engage students. The environmental studies students who have chosen to study environmental studies, whether in our School of Liberal Arts, whether in Avirup School of Environment, they kind of already know this. But since we have made environmental studies a compulsory part of the curriculum for all incoming students, the other students may not necessarily make this connection that their professional lives are going to be affected seriously unless we can turn this around. So this is the point I wanted to make based on my own experience. I have other comments on our sustainability initiatives, but I'll leave it for later, the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vijit Banerjee. It's a wonderful insight on what's going to happen. And it's true, if the climate change is going to hit, it is going to hit every section of the society. Though we may not be able to understand it now, we think that only a section of the society will get impacted, those living near the coastal region or disaster-prone areas. But I rightly been said, I mean, everybody, even to a certain extent, the education in the university may also suffer because of this impending crisis and very obscure crisis. Nobody know what is going to happen. With this note, let me transition into and ask our second panelist, Professor Dr. Jeannie Shaw, to shed some light into this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Chowdhury, and thank you to Jindal Global University for inviting me to speak today. I should say from the outset that our move to support sustainable education, sustainable research and sustainability practices at the University of Adelaide was in fact not motivated by university rankings, but in fact we had deliberately looked at improving our sustainability practices about 6 years ago before COVID, with a view to rising in the ranking schemes. But at that time, the University Executive Group elected not to go down that path because of the cost and effort involved. But as we all know, times change, views change, and it became very clear to us during the pandemic years that doing our part to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals was something our students, our future students and our staff felt very strongly about. And in fact, they were indeed very passionate about this. So we formed a steering committee, and that was led by a small group of keen academic and professional staff, and that was to look at what we could do. This involved extensive consultation with our university community and with the wider community and with our industry stakeholders. And this led to our university-wide Sustainability Strategy 2030, entitled Here for Good, which we began to implement just last year. So the scope of the strategy I would describe as all-encompassing. Its aim is through our education and our research to build sustainable pathways to address complex challenges associated with climate change. And, it is a very complex area, but they include things like food and water security, forced migration due to natural disaster, impacts on biodiversity and on health and on housing. So the strategy outlines our commitment to a sustainable future and our ambition to lead and to deliver sustainable change across our research, our teaching, our community outreach, and all of our campuses. So the strategy itself is ambitious, it's extensive, and it's multi-year. I can talk more about it later, but I'm just going to give you some of the highlights. So we've set ourselves a target to accelerate decarbonisation efforts within our campus footprint by achieving by 2025 net zero emissions from directly controlled operations and carbon neutrality, and that's according to the Australian Government's Climate Active Carbon Neutral Standard, by 2030. We're actually on track to do both of those, thanks to concerted efforts over the last decade to cut the energy intensity of our campuses by 18% and to derive renewable energy from a solar farm that we've built on one of our campuses. We're involved in researching green hydrogen and other energy alternatives so that we can accelerate sustainable transitions, and we're investing in research that has measurable sustainability impact. But of course, sustainability encompasses much more than achieving net zero emissions, as good as that will be. Along with the creation and dissemination of new knowledge through our research, and we are a research-intensive university, our core mission is also to educate this generation and future generations. So we've made a commitment to embed sustainability education in all of our programs. So that's become more complex, and this is unique to us, but we are merging with another university right now in South Australia. And that's more complex, especially as that university's thinking and practices around sustainability appear to be not as developed as ours. On the other hand, as we're now developing a brand new curriculum for the new Adelaide University, we have the perfect opportunity to embed sustainability at the core of everything that we do when the new university doors open in 2026. So that's quite unique in the sector. So our aim is that by 2028, every graduate will be sustainability literate and therefore able to influence sustainable change in their chosen professions, whatever they are. So in the meantime, we're involving our current students in sustainability challenges and in sustainability internships to get students involved in solutions to real-world sustainability problems. And student projects last year involved imaginative solutions to a range of things, and I was recalling them some tonight as I was thinking about this. One was to reduce pollution from road transport, and there were a number of them around recycling and reusing a wide range of products. But we realised we cannot achieve our goals alone. So energy and sustainability have been a key focus of the Australia-India bilateral partnership. And so it made sense when we recently announced a collaboration with the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, that will see expertise in the fields of sustainability and energy shared between the two of us. So we see this as the first of many exciting collaborations to try and solve these very, very difficult problems. I think I'll leave it there and I'll join in the conversation a bit later.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Jeannie Shaw. It is give a very good idea about how we should go about sustainable development education and how it can be linked into the educational practices. As you rightly mentioned, if the student is learning about sustainable programs and sustainability issues from the core of their curriculum from the start, that itself give a very good jump start into what kind of impact they are going to bring in the society and bring that change that is required in order to achieve a sustainable development goals. With this note, let me request our panelist, Professor Dr. Rosalie Rajikan, to shed some light into this issue. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Chowdhury, esteemed panelists and audience and everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this platform to share a bit on our experience and also our views on environmental sustainability. In this era of global environmental crisis, which include global warming, pollution, and also disaster, university, as mentioned by the other two panelists, have a unique position to influence others. So we need to be the leaders, or we need to lead by example, because we are the centers of knowledge creation, and we can make a lot of changes, and we are also training for future leaders. Thus, we have a crucial responsibility to embrace environmental sustainability as a core commitment beyond rankings. So ranking comes as a secondary output, following all of our hard works and activities and also strategies, which is based mainly on our core values, on the university core values, mission, and also vision. So I do agree that we need to have a stand on our own, but we need to in a way be able to show our commitment that to sustainability, which should benefit our planet and also society. And as mentioned by Prof. Jenny Shaw and Prof. Abhijit, the commitment can come in many ways. For example, we need to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Prof. Jenny mentioned about new renewable energy, solar, and etc. And in our university also, we have done that as well. And we need to also to upgrade infrastructure and buildings for energy efficiency to further reduce environmental footprint. We also need to integrate sustainability into academic curriculum to equip future generation with the knowledge and skills to address environmental challenges, not just people from the environmental causes, but also across all disciplines. Everyone needs to be aware and need to understand what they need to do to, in a way, maintain the environmental sustainability. And the research also should focus on renewable energy development, sustainable agriculture, and also climate change mitigation, which empowers a solution. We also need to make the university as a living lab on its own, where we need to promote sustainable practices on campus. For example, reducing waste generation and encouraging recycling programs to promote sustainable transportation option and eco-friendly landscaping as well. And as Prof. Jenny mentioned, we cannot do it on our own. We need to collaborate with the local communities, industry people, and also the government to come out with bigger or more strategies to improve the sustainable environment in our local situation or in our country. And environmental sustainability must also be ingrained in the university core values, which guide every decision and also actions. And this commitment requires dedication, not from the bottom, but also the higher half of the management of the universities need to show their commitment and also engagement with the entire community, and also a genuine desire to have a positive mark on the planet. And in conclusion, while we in a way look into ranking as one part of a way of us benchmarking our situation, but the prioritization of environmental sustainability transcends mere numerical validation. So by making this commitment a core value, university can empower future generation, foster innovative solution, and become true leaders in building a more sustainable future. And this is not just an obligation, but also an opportunity to have a long-lasting legacy of positive change for the future. So that's from me for the start. I pass over to you, Prof. Andri.
Thank you, Professor Rosalie. It's really a very interesting idea that we got, that how we can channel the sustainability education and research, and how we can take it to our most important partner, that are the students, how students can help us to achieve that. With that, one question that comes to my mind, and I think it is also a very common question in the field of sustainability, and I would like to ask the panel about that. It is, what measure can be adopted to produce socially responsible research for sustainability and climate change? With the view that research as of now is still traditional. It works on either on grounds of getting some output out of the research, but how that can be honed into the level of sustainability and addressing the issues of sustainability and climate change. Please, I would like to start with Professor Abhijit, maybe. Professor Abhijit, I think you are mute.
Yes, I
Yeah,
muted
now.
myself last time. Yes. Thank you for the question. I'll keep it short. Again, I'll just say a few words from my own experience. The first is that, as we all recognize, sustainability is multidisciplinary. So the first thing is research collaboration across disciplines. So in our university, we have the School of Liberal Arts, where I'm based. We have School of Environment, a newer School of Environment, where Professor Virup is based. Then we have experts who are working on, let's say, the legal aspects of climate change in the School of Law. We have business sustainability experts in the School of Business. We have an expert on international refugees in the School of International Relations. We have someone in green architecture in the School of Architecture. So this is something that needs to be promoted more. And our students, say one student from our school can do an internship or a summer research program with a professor from another school. Already we have a very nice system where students can take electives. Any student from any school can take electives from other schools. So someone from my school is interested in a law course on sustainability and climate change. So they can take a course in the law school and so on. We also have some interdisciplinary research centers where I'm part of one center. Virup is also part of a center, where while it is geared to initially towards students from our own school, but we have no hesitation in accepting students from other schools. So if there is a center for, let's say, climate research, it could potentially bring faculty and students from 5 different schools, and which makes it more interesting for everyone. We could organize guest speakers and seminars together, building on our own respective networks. The last point I would like to make is that some of our faculty, including myself, we have worked outside academia for a while, and we do have a network, big network in think tanks, let's say, research think tanks. So research collaborations with these think tanks offers very unique and real-world research projects. So we already place our students in internships with these think tanks, and I'm happy to note that some of them have, after graduation, they have been placed in research assistant positions in some of these places. So just a couple of thoughts from me.
Very interesting to note how sustainability research can be implemented at a university level, and how students can actually benefit from that, and try to be a solution giver rather than a pollution or a problem identifier. So that's something we always used to talk a lot at JGU, Jindal Global University, that we have to give solution to this problem. With this, I would like to ask some comments from Professor Dr. Jenny Shaw.
Thank you. Look, I loved Professor Rosalie's comment about the living labs. I think if we're talking about areas of research, many of these future solutions will be in these transdisciplinary areas. And also, I think we have to look at how we support our research. So just to give you an example, we're on track to divest, in fact, by the end of this year, from direct ownership of any funds that include public equities or corporate bonds in companies whose primary business is the ownership and exploitation of fossil fuel reserves. So that means we'll also be looking more carefully at the bodies that fund our research and more we will seek to collaborate with like-minded partners. So we're also requiring our researchers and research partners, industry partners, to procure services sustainably and to report their research findings transparently, reporting against sustainability measures. So there's the how as well as the who.
This is really interesting, particularly how to measure and how to control the research, because I agree with Professor Jeannie on this point that research not always means that it is going to be very clean and environmentally friendly. So who is giving us the money for the research? It is a very interesting point that Professor Jeannie has put forward. With this, I will like to ask the comment of Professor Rosalie on this particular issue, that how sustainability and research can go hand in hand. Yes.
Yeah, I totally agree with Prof. Jenny and also Prof. Vijay that transdisciplinary research is very important, and it can give more views and also more solution towards certain problems. So, and it should relate with real issue and real problems. And the research team should also seeks opinion and also views from communities that are directly affected by certain environmental issues and also unsustainable practice. And this will, in a way, be done by engaging and collaborating with community organization, indigenous population, and also industry. And government, of course, because we don't want programs that have been in a way designed by the government in a way can be run smoothly, and then we can in a way utilize the fund that we have to give more impact to the project that have been planned. Other thing that we need to consider is also we need to maintain a high ethical standard when we conduct research to ensure informed consent and also data privacy. And this aspect can ensure that all our targeted clients or communities are protected against any other issues. And when we are doing research, we should also need to ensure that our we minimize the environmental footprint. For example, we choose methods that is low carbon research strategies, and we can also, as Prof. Jenny said, ensure that the fund that we obtain is something that is of value to the communities as well. That's from me.
Thank you, Professor Rosalie, Professor Jenny, and Professor Abhijit on shedding light on this very important issue of the connection between research and sustainability. But with that, we are now into a more important point, that how this sustainability can be incorporated by us as we all are engaged in universities, and make it available and understandable to our students. So I would like to ask a question, that how can universities integrate sustainable development into their curricula and teaching to prepare students to become leaders in sustainability initiatives? So I would love to hear your comments on this very important note, that how we can integrate the sustainability core values into our curriculum. With this, I would like to start with Professor Rosalie about his point and comments on because he has already worked in several of the chairs in many of the universities. So how you think that this can be done? Please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Cherry. I think one of the ways that we can, in a way, integrate sustainability across the curriculum is by using the transdisciplinary approach, where we should move beyond dedicated sustainability courses and integrate sustainable developmental concept into all across discipline. For example, we can, in a way, include sustainable concept in business or management courses, where student can learn about green marketing, and history student can also learn or analyze environmental movement. We also utilize problem-based learning, where people or students can discuss and look into real world sustainability challenges through project-based learning, service learning, and simulation. And this can develop critical thinking, collaboration, and practical skill needed for the students to implement solution. And also we can utilize case study and local focus, so that the student can have that real experience with the local sustainable initiative, which can in a way encourage them to work with their own community later on.
Thank you. With this, I would like to ask the same question to Professor Jenny to shed some light. It is evident that University of Adelaide is working wonderfully in implementing sustainability, but how sustainability can be brought into the core curriculum, and how we can make the student the future leaders in sustainability solutions. Please, Professor Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Arup. And look, we know that add-ons have limited impact. So integration of that sustainability knowledge and practice in our teaching really is critical. So as Professor Abhijit mentioned earlier, in some of our programs, like the environmental sciences, and in fact, most of our social sciences, sustainability is already very well embedded. We really have to work on the rest. And as I said, we have this opportunity because we're creating a new university, so the whole curriculum is new, so it can be built in from the start. But while we're doing that, we're investing in more of those one-off opportunities, our e-challenges, our internships, and they allow interested students to opt in. Our challenge is we find that most of our students want to opt in. So we have more students wanting to do these placements and internships and e-challenges than we can really manage. And that just indicates to me that, again, caring for our planet and our peoples is clearly important to many of our students. So I think we just need to recognise that and really try and accommodate that in our curricula as we revise, as all universities do.
Thank you, Professor Jenny. It's really is important to identify the interests the student have in sustainability and nurture it into the right direction. With this, I would like to take this question to Professor Abhijit Banerjee, that how the sustainability can be embedded into the curriculum and how we can make the students the change makers.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned in the beginning, that in our School of Liberal Arts, environmental studies is compulsory for all incoming freshman students. It's somewhat modeled in the American liberal arts concept. So even if students later choose to do something else, they will have a background, at least in the basic background in environmental studies, regardless of what they choose to pursue. And as we also noted, that our electives are open to all students. So any student from other schools, based on their interest, they can take electives in any other schools. And the courses are scheduled in such a way that these electives in the evening don't conflict with anything else, any of their core courses. So this is a unique aspect of our school. The other point I would like to make, which I mean, the other speakers made fantastic points. I would just add a couple of additional points. Field trips, for example. Most of us use extensively field trips. Avirup's department, they have a fantastic field trip to Biodiversity Park, which was completely restored from scratch by faculty from a different university. So it's a great living lab, so to speak. I take students to waste management sites. As you know that in India, waste management situation is pretty bad. And informal workers, they scrounge through the waste and make a living under horrible conditions. And our students come from mostly privileged backgrounds. And by going to the site, for the first time, they actually see that what is really going on with what we throw away and how these people live, they make a living out of it. So that kind of eye-opening experience, even if it disturbs them a little bit, makes a big impression on them. You could teach in class that, okay, through graphs that, okay, we only recycle 20% of our waste and 80% ends up in the landfill, while another country recycles 80% of their waste. That is an important thing to learn, but to actually see it in practice, really, I've seen in my own experience, makes a big impression on the student. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Professor Abhijit. It's a really interesting point that how field trips can be used to make a student aware about sustainability challenges, and also to open their eyes up to the real life problem rather than understanding the data and charts and graphs. It is always better to take them directly to the problem and show them the problem itself. That will definitely going to inculcate the interest in them to try to find out a solution. I remember just one of our one of our graduate students has, I think, also have taken the course of Professor Abhijit, who is now started a startup on trying to manage the waste problem in their own city of Jaipur, and it is in Rajasthan. So yes, field trips and this kind of engagement does work wonders in making the student understand about the real life scenarios and problems. With that, we go down to the third question that I would like to pose to the panel. That is, what role can universities play in the domain of environmental sustainability as we face crises such as global warming, biodiversity loss, and toxic pollution of ecological systems? I would like to ask
Abhirup, if I may,
yes,
if I may, this I was looking at the list of questions, and kind of this question is kind of a bigger role, which I think in our opening remarks, most of it has been addressed. So unless anyone wants to add something, because we have a couple of more questions left, and we only have a few minutes left. So do you agree that this has been...
yes, let's take it fast then. If anybody has any point to add on this particular point, we can take it. Any panelist?
Well, I might, if I may,
Yes,
because
please.
I really do think actually it's an important question, because we've really got to lead by example. So we have a duty to educate and produce graduates who are sustainably literate. We have a duty to produce new knowledge and new research that'll have an impact. And it's not something that we can afford to put off and leave to the next generation. So I think it's also important. Universities can't do everything. So we have to choose where to invest. And we've chosen to support research into arid land farming, sustainable agriculture, like Professor Rosalie, food security, green hydrogen, affordable housing. But also we can choose what community outreach we do. And one example I'd give is we have a really well-run community dental program where we provide dental services for the homeless throughout Adelaide. And I just think, some quick comments there, but I do think it's that leadership role that universities have to take.
Very interesting point at hand, and also that is something the core concept of this panel, that how universities can play a role in addressing these issues. Anyone in the panel want to add any points to this?
Just to add a bit,
Yes.
universities can also dedicate their research capacities to understand the complexities of environmental issues. So studies on renewable energy, sustainable resource management, and pollution, which is conducted on campus, can pave the way for innovative solutions for bigger issues on the real world outside campus. And sharing experience and also networking with other universities, not only local or national university, but also globally, can also perhaps leads to the way for finding solution to certain issues as well.
Wonderfully articulated. Yes, really, we have to find solutions, and university would be the best model to make it possible.
Actually, the other two speakers' comments actually reminded me of comments of my own, like community outreach, even outreach to schools, like high schools, because most people may not end up in universities. So, but almost everyone has a school education. So outreach to, I have done a few of them myself. I mean, part of it is to attract students, but also to showcase our efforts at sustainability and so on. So outreach to high schools makes you reach out to a much wider audience, number one. And the second point is the role of a public intellectual in reaching out to mainstream media, which reaches out to a wide audience. I know Professor Abhirup is a prolific publisher of media articles, and we have many other examples. So that potentially reaches a wide audience. So these are two other examples.
Thank you, Professor Abhijit. It's a very interesting point. So with that, we come down to the role of university. I have a very interesting question at hand. That is, what are the sustainable development practices that you adopt at your own campus, which help in maintaining environmental sustainability? So I think we can start this question with Professor Jenny.
Sure. I mentioned the solar farm before, so I won't go into that, but I know that Professor Rosalie mentioned Indigenous peoples. We live in the land of the Australian Aborigines, and locally it's the Indigenous Kaurna people in Adelaide. And we actually consulted them when we were developing our sustainability policy, because they've lived in this country caring for the land for 40 to 60,000 years, and they've done a pretty good job. So we actually consulted the Indigenous community about what strategies they have done to live in harmony with the land and use its resources for shelter, food and medicine, for many thousands of years. So I think mention that one point.
Thank you, Professor Jenny. Professor Rosalie, any comments on this?
In UKM, we have done several initiatives that contribute to UKM environmental sustainability. For example, we invest in green infrastructure, including energy efficient building. We start up our solar panels and also rainwater harvesting systems. And we also have improved our waste management to increase recycling program. Other than that, we include we introduce various courses related to sustainability, and that courses can be taken by everyone on campus, not only the students, but also the community as well, through short courses, training and other stuff. And also in terms of sustainable practices, we adopted the green procurement, which is set by the government to ensure that when vendors coming into UKM, they follow the green procurement. And then we also have recently we introduced a sustainable award for people who have shown some innovation relating to environmental sustainable project and other stuff. So that's one way where we try to encourage people to be or to come out with solution or innovation to certain environmental issue or problems. That's
Thank
from
you,
you.
Professor Rosalie. After this, I would love to hear Professor Abhijit Banerjee.
I would just make a couple of points based on my long experience in the US. Maybe as a contrast to what I faced there versus what I'm seeing here. Any sustainability initiatives at the university level depends heavily on what is going on around you in that city or region. So the big difference I see in the US, and I would assume it's somewhat similar in Australia and Europe as well, that many systems are already in place. So it is much easier to adopt them for your campus. Let's say, to use the example of waste management. So the segregation and recycling system, let's say the city of Chicago, where I used to teach, is already in place. So it is a relatively small step for us to collect our waste separately and channel it to the city's collection mechanism. In contrast, if we try to do that in India, as we know, India is at the very beginning of its efforts to really towards scientific waste management. So we cannot really hope to start something from scratch if the system is not in place. So there are things which we struggle with at General University, but there are other things which we can do a much better job. For example, in India, as you know, there's been a big solar boom. India is among developing countries. India is one of the world leaders in solar. So on something like that, both in terms of installing solar on our own campus, as well as if you buy from the grid, the share of solar is increasing rapidly. So that is something we can do much easily than, let's say, a very sustainable waste management system. Then electric vehicles. India, that is also something developing quite rapidly in India. So we in our campus we have small electric carts for transportation. All the vehicles coming from outside are parked outside, and inside the campus is only these electric vehicles. So there are some things which are much easier to do given the context you are in versus others. The last point here is that Indian universities, I would say, are at a much more starting point in adopting campus-wide sustainability initiatives, and it's a little bit uneven from university to university, but it is increasingly becoming the norm. Universities are increasingly publishing for the first time sustainability reports, which is unheard of in the Indian context. I mean, if you go to American universities, which I'm familiar with, they have been doing this for 20 years. So we are seeing this for the first time in India, which is a great sign for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abhijit. And just that reminds me, Professor Abhijit, that Jindal Global University actually has produced a sustainability report just few years back, and we do try to audit our sustainability of any practices that in academic campus we have. And I think rightly been said by all the panelists, these practices itself is a kind of a beacon that a student can see and learn. So not only they are learning sustainability in their curriculum, but they're also seeing that in their campus where they're learning this or getting their teaching and learning done. So this does impact their thinking pattern, and I believe that they would eventually transition into a sustainability leader in this process. With that, let me just take one question from the audience, then I'm again going to come back to the set question, because I find this question really interesting. So, and very much set with this particular theme. So one of our audience has asked a very interesting question, that with the increasing focus on ranking system incorporating sustainability matrices, do you believe this creates a genuine commitment to sustainability, or can it lead to greenwashing? I will ask any of the panelists or all three to answer this question, please. Yeah.
I'll have a go.
Yes.
Look, I don't know about brainwashing. I think, as I said, I think if you embark on sustainability in order to improve in the rankings, that's the wrong motivation. I think it really should be something that is within your means. As Professor Abhijit said, it's some universities are better placed to do a whole lot of measures. We were very lucky that it was led from the top by our Vice-Chancellor. So you have to have that university-wide buy-in. If you approach it from the point of view, and I sit on our Reputations and Rankings Committee, if we'd said, we will become the top 50 sustainable universities by doing X, I don't think we would have got the buy-in from our peers or our students. I think it has to be genuine, and I don't know about brainwashing, but certainly in Australia, greenwashing is an issue. Students can tell if you're not genuine about it.
Yeah, if I may quickly add on the topic of greenwashing, this is always a problem. You know, it's good that the audience member has raised this point. Whether it's university reporting, whether it's corporate reporting, greenwashing is everywhere. So you cannot escape it. So it's important to tackle this challenge head on, knowing that you will be scrutinized. So one way, so there are several ways to address this. These reporting requirements, there are some standardized reporting requirements. If you, whether for corporate reporting, you know, for universities, we not so much in India, in other countries. I'm familiar with the US example. If you follow standardized reporting models, then you have much less leeway to, you know, fudge the numbers, so to speak. And finally, if your reports are audited by an independent third party, that gives it more credibility. So yes, I totally agree that greenwashing is a major problem everywhere, but there you can make some headway if you are serious about it.
As I said earlier, ranking is just the secondary or tertiary output from what all the work and effort that we have done. So we are not totally solely focused on the ranking alone. But as for UKM, all our sustainability effort has already been in place in our university strategic plan which goes beyond the ranking. So it's something that we, as I would say, would like to lead by example and shows our students, which are also the future leaders in the future, in a way to embrace that culture of maintaining the environmental sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting discourse that we got. We have the last question, but I think that is already been answered by over the period of time in the discussion. That is, what are challenges that you face in your university to implement practices that will help maintain environmental sustainability? Any strategies to address this challenge? If very shortly, if someone want to shed light on this question.
I'll have a go again just very quickly, just to say the challenges are many. I'll just say we're celebrating our 150th birthday at my university, which means we have buildings that are 150 years old. It's very hard to retrofit and make them energy efficient, just one example. But I think the strategies are to set targets and to set goals and make them realistic. When we actually developed our strategy, some of our targets were too soon and too ambitious, and we pushed them out a few years because we wanted to make them realistic so people wouldn't give up. So I think just making people accountable in all of their areas, whether it's an increase in research projects around sustainability or an increase in the number of courses that embed sustainability, all of those things can be measured, and that's a good place to start.
Yes,
I totally agree with Prof. Jenny, because implementing sustainable practices often requires upfront investment in renewable energy, waste management system, and also green infrastructure. So what we did in UKM is to prioritize and do it in phases. So we cannot do everything at one time. And another point is that I agree with Prof. Abhijit earlier, where the cultural and behavioral change is also very important. So it can be challenging, especially when we want to sustain the practices. So what we normally do is to have a continuous awareness campaign, education program, and also some incentivization scheme for the people who are embarking on this journey to change their behavior towards a more green or sustainable behavior.
Thank you.
Just quickly, if I may add
Yes.
the last point on this note, I already mentioned the challenges in my previous point about the context of where your university is. So in India versus, let's say, the US or Europe, certain things are more economically, commercially viable than others. So typically, university administrations would, they're careful about spending money. So let's say a sustainability project X has a better payback. Let's say energy efficiency projects have a better payback, so they're more likely to get approved than something else, an electric bus, which may not immediately have a good payback right now. So this is always a challenge. So seeking different types of funding opportunities. In the US, standard practice was a special student sustainability fee. A very small amount per semester, but nonetheless, it adds up to a substantial amount every semester. I don't know how feasible that will be in India, but one can think of different types of funding sources to tackle initiatives that may not be have such an attractive payback. On a related context, Professor Rosalie mentioned green procurement, very, very important point, not so well developed in India, at least for many goods. Only for a small segment like appliances. But let's say for goods which don't really have a proper green procurement supply chain well developed, we could think of a consortium of universities. Let's say all the universities in New Delhi. We have like dozens of universities in New Delhi. If we have joint procurement of, let's say, recycled paper, for example, that will bring down the cost, and we can all benefit from taking such an approach. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a wonderful discussion. I mean, and it is a need of the day because I think we all are passionately involved in the field of sustainability and development, and we are trying to imbibe this feeling to our students also. So, with that idea in mind, this actually has brought a very interesting idea of how the problems and issues of sustainability can be tackled, how that can be built into the curriculum, how research networks can be developed, and how students can be made more motivated in this particular field. I want to thank all my panelists for their time and efforts and their wonderful observations that will definitely going to help all and even universities across the world to get some idea how to we can address these issues. It's a never-ending process, but definitely is a good start. I thank all Professor Abhijit Banerjee, Professor Dr. Jeannie Shaw, and Professor Dr. Rosalind Rajikan for their time and effort. And I definitely want to thank IIHED and Jindal Global University for giving this platform for this such an interesting and important discussion in the field of environment and sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are connecting. Welcome to the 9th session of the World University Summit. The session is titled Jumping Hurdles, Empowering First-Generation Learners in Higher Education. We have 4 distinguished speakers for this session. Let me briefly introduce them. Professor Dr. Malish, Assistant Professor at Asang Desai Center for Policy Studies at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Professor Lisa Phillips, Professor and Vice President Academic, York University. Professor Dr. Ian Pickup, Pro Vice Chancellor, Students at the Open University, United Kingdom. Professor Dr. Niti S. Sabharwal, Associate Professor, Center for Policy Research in Higher Education, National Institute of Education, Planning and Administration, Delhi, India. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome all the distinguished panelists to this panel. The panel will deliberate on the discourse of inclusion with regard to first-generation learners. Literature, education literature is abundant on discourses on first-generation lawyers, first-generation doctors. They generally belong to, a lineage is required in order to thrive, in order to flourish under the shades of a certain tree, which the lineage creates. However, that's not the case with the first-generation learners. The concept is complex, the idea is complex, and providing inclusion to the first-generation learners is even complex. Now, the complexity is manifested in different forms. When I say first-generation learners, a lot of concepts come to the mind. Number one, underprivileged. People who are deprived of something, people who are from the peripheries, people who have undergone struggles, social justice, and also equal opportunities. So in this complexity of the concepts, first thing we need to do is to identify who are the first generation of the lawyers before we even go and talk about what kind of support systems could be provided them by way of their inclusion in institutions. Now, the first generation learners could also be socially underprivileged and economically underprivileged. They could be economically privileged, but socially underprivileged. So understanding who all will fit into the category of first-generation lawyers is the first challenge. Well, most of the higher educational institutions today are conscious of the need for inclusion and diversity. Both are high values which institutions cherish. Most of the admissions officers of the institutions make certain that they follow a policy of inclusion, what I would call as sociology of admissions. However, things don't end there. Admissions office can only strike the essential diversity. They can only provide the essential inclusion. The real inclusion will manifest through the practices, through the policies of the educational institutions. So that means once the admissions office, strictly in adherence to the sociology of admissions, have created the essential diversity, there is a bigger responsibility upon the educational institutions. So this panel will primarily deliberate upon this responsibility of the institutions. Of course, I first of all invite all the speakers to broadly reflect on this theme, first-generation learners, from whatever perspectives they choose, because we have here distinguished panelists from different backgrounds, after which I'll have a couple of questions to them. So first of all, let me invite Professor Lisa Phillips to speak. Over to you, Professor Phillips.
Well, thank you so kindly. It's really an honor to be asked to join this panel and to learn from all of these distinguished panelists. For those who may not know us, York University is the 3rd largest university in Canada. We have over 50,000 students from over 170 countries around the world. In Toronto, which is a magnet for people all around the world, and so that we benefit from tremendous diversity. Over 16,000 of our current 50,000 students are first-generation university goers. So this has been part of our mission from the beginning when we were founded in the mid-20th century, providing access to a very broad demographic of students to a research-intensive, high-quality university education. So we actually ask our first-generation learners to self-identify. So that is how we overcome that barrier of the sociology of admissions that you're referring to. And we have some specific awards, financial awards, that I think not only provide material support, but also a signaling effect to communicate to students out there that actually we're looking for you, precisely for you, students with high potential who may have faced many different kinds of barriers, who may not have thought of themselves as university students, We make a real point of going and speaking with students who are still in school, so well before they're at the point of considering university or what comes after high school, to get the idea planted in their minds that they too could go to university. And we talk to them about all sorts of things, but including the fact that we have a special scholarship for first-generation students. We also created in 2017 a program that was the first of its kind in Canada called the Sanctuary Scholars Program, which is an admissions pathway specifically for students who are in Canada but have precarious immigration status. In other words, they may come from a family who is in the middle of a refugee claim and does not yet have settled immigration status in Canada. This could be a barrier to studying, but we have a special pathway for them. I'm very excited about an award we launched just 2 years ago called the Tentanda Via Award. Tentanda Via means, for those who are rusty on their Latin, it means the way must be tried, and it's York University's motto. And this is designed specifically for international students who have overcome barriers to attend university. And it's a larger award designed to bring students, many of them are first generation, who come through that award. So we try to really make it very clear, you do belong at York University. After the students arrive, there's a very broad suite of supports that we have, but one of them that's targeted specifically to first generation students is to have a first generation reception where students are invited to bring their families to our campus and who can meet each other, form a network, hear from many of the leaders and professors at the university who themselves were first generation university goers, and to try to really create that sense that if you have questions about whether you belong here, you need to move beyond that, because you absolutely have been sought out by us precisely because of our mission. I believe I'm going to stop there for now. I did just want to congratulate Jindal Global University on being the host for next year's API conference, the Asia Pacific Education Conference. That is wonderful news, and I hope that I'll be able to join you there next March.
Thank you, Professor Phillips. I mean, while you were speaking, I was thinking about this fact that education is also a public good. And when we talk about first generation lawyers, that means, of course, generational injustice. There is a generation, or there are generations who could not go to educational institution despite education being a public good. Of course, when we come later on to specific questions, I would like to know a little more about this process of self-identification, which is absolutely a very interesting process. So may I now invite Professor Malish to speak his perspectives. Over to you, Professor Malish.
Well, thank you, Professor Srijit. So first, let me take this opportunity to appreciate Jindal Global University for your initiative for bringing together scholars from the different part of the world and discuss about the first generation learner. And if you, in the recent past, actually, we have seen a massive expansion of higher education across the globe. And maybe in the post-2000, much of those expansion actually taken place in so-called third world countries, because there's already the developed countries like the OECD has already reached optimal levels of educational expansion. So much of the expansion, what we have been seeing now after 2000 is mainly from the other less developed or developing within inverted comma countries. India is a classic example for that. And India, one thing we could see that India's massive expansion of higher education by the first or second decade of this millennium, the primarily was led by the social demand for higher education than the economic demand for the skill. It's clearly visible in the nature of our enrollment in the different kind of discipline and the changing discourse in India regarding from employment to employability. So my issue in India, there is no concept in a policy discourse called a first generation learner. We continue to discuss about the disadvantage due to the caste, ethnicity, minority status, gender, and differently able. FGL is not an important policy category in India, unlike other countries. And only recently we have included economically weaker section also. So we could not broaden the scope of the disadvantage in higher education in one way. Then today we discuss about the idea of empowering the first generation learner. So our primary concern or assumption is that educational status of the family determines the outcome of the students. So there is an inherent implicit assumption. So we need to unpack this assumption. So we have to ask the first question, who are those first generation learner? Because first generation learner alone may not be making much changes in the student life. First generation status, when intersect with other identities like the caste, class, etc., that makes a huge difference. So if you're only looking at the FGL, there is a serious issue. And second, and we need more evidence also in India how FGL status intersect with the other kind of identity and shaping the student experience and the student outcome. Secondly, what exactly determines student life, particularly among the first generation learner? Is it the academic competency or the pre-college credential they bring into the college? Or is it because is it their social and cultural background? So what is the actual determinant actually shaping the educational experience of the students belong to first generation learner? And thirdly, who needs to be ready? Is the student should be ready for college, or college should be ready to receive or welcome the first generation learner? Maybe in the title also, we are talking about empowering the students. I think we need to think about our transforming our institution for welcoming and receiving students from the diverse background. So I will stop here. I will come to the other points later.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Malish. I agree with your point that you cannot discuss a topic like, especially in a third world, you cannot discuss a topic like first generation lawyer with a certain comfort, because of course there will be a deep sense of apologism. Because in 21st century, we are talking about first generation lawyers in a country which aspires to be a global power. So I'm sure this is a good problematic in that sense, that this kind of a discourse is a good problematic. And as I mentioned, that this is a big social question, that why you still have first generation lawyers. That means that there have been some amount of injustice. I'll come to the rest of the your points during the detailed questions later on. So may I invite Professor Sabharwal to provide her perspective.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of this panel. In my opening remarks, I will begin with quickly highlighting the massifying context of higher education in India and its key features, which have implications on many of the equity dimensions concerning first-generation higher education learners. Three key features define the context of higher education in India today. One, higher education in India has traditionally been an exclusive domain of the elite, entered a stage of massification in this century. Between 2000 and 22, student enrollment increased from 9.95 million to 41.3 million students. The number of students enrolled increased 4 times, making it the second largest higher education system in the world. Student diversity, before that, the expansion of the higher education is being fueled by the private sector and financed by the household. Close to 78% of colleges are privately managed, and the sector accounts for 66% of the total enrollment. Student diversity is an important aspect of the expansion of higher education, with access to higher education improving across all segments of population, including first-generation higher education learners. Favorable public policies at the school level, example, Education for All programs, the Right to Education Act, resulted in availability of larger number of graduates from the secondary level eligible for pursuing higher education. Now, at the higher education level, affirmative action at the entry level has improved access to students from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds, with first generation higher education learners constituting a significant share of the undergraduate population in the public higher education institutions. Estimates from large-scale studies at the CPRHE suggest 25% of the undergraduate students have parents with no post-secondary education. Some studies have also estimated this share to be 50% and from the national sample survey data sets. If we even have conservative estimates in numbers, these suggest at least 10.25 million first-gen students in higher education in India. Now, identities of first-gen are often intersectional. According to CPRHE study, first-gens are more likely to come from wage labor households, belong to minoritized religious, social, and ethnic groups, such as the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, and reside in rural areas. In addition, they are more likely to have studied in under-resourced government schools, in regional languages as medium of instruction, and exposed to outdated syllabi, making the transition to college-level studies difficult. Now, while more first-gen students from diverse social backgrounds in India are going to college than ever before because of the favorable public policies, emerging evidence raises equity concerns around students' college preparedness, the college readiness. And I'm leading a large-scale study on the college readiness in higher education in India at the CPRHE. Now, equity concerns include, one, first gens who are more likely to be from the SCDGs, the socially and economically disadvantaged groups, facing considerable obstacles in accessing technical and professional subjects, more often offered by the private institutions. And this is a result of socio-economic barriers to academic preparation required for test-based admissions in institutions offering these high-value subjects. And two, inequalities in the level of college readiness skills to persist in their college-level educational goals and achieve academic success. Now, college readiness indicates students' capacity to engage, one, in college search activities, two, enroll in post-secondary institution, three, take college-level coursework, including achieving grades, and possess aspirations, motivation, and self-efficacy to persist in achieving one's educational goals. Now, such dimensions of college preparation usually begins early in the education process for students from privileged backgrounds in India. Now, how first-gen students are empowered by their institutions will depend on, one, what constitutes merit for admissions by higher education institutions, moving away from that deficit ideology. Two, how inequalities in opportunities for college preparations are taken into account in accessing higher education. And three, the important role of affirmative action for first-gen students from socially and economically disadvantaged groups for inclusion, for social inclusion in higher education institutions. So I will stop here with my opening remarks, and I'll come back to all these 3 points further into the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sabharwal. The data has been extremely useful. It at least confirms the point. It confirms the point which we have been trying to prove, and I'm sure that most of the propositions made by Professor Malish, your data proves those propositions. So anyway, we'll move forward. We'll hear from Professor Pickup, and after that, we'll get a little get into the details of the problem. Over to you, Professor Pickup.
Well, good evening, and it's a real pleasure to be with you here from the UK and to join such a great panel. And I've certainly enjoyed the insights that my colleagues here have provided so far today. I'm here at the Open University in the United Kingdom. We've been around since 1969, and funnily enough, so have I since 1969, not always at the Open University. At the Open University, we have around 200,000 learners across a range of courses and pathways. And our mission is to be open to people, places, methods, and ideas. So we're pretty distinctive, certainly in the UK sector, as a leading provider of open distance education, predominantly part-time education, to that end. I've been with the OU just since last April, having spent the other decades of my career in higher education at face-to-face campuses. But I've always majored on the student experience, and my role as Pro Vice Chancellor of Students is absolutely centered on the outcomes for our students, outcomes from the student perspective, aligned to their motivations and their interests, but also outcomes from our regulatory perspective. And here in the UK, we have lots of interest from our government and regulatory body around the outcomes that our students go on to achieve, both in terms of qualifications and their jobs they go on to, but also in terms of the outcomes during their journey, their learning journey, continuation and completion, for example. So that is much of my focus for all of our very diverse group of learners. Just by way of interest, out of our approximately 200,000 learners, over 35,000 of our learners are thought to be first generation learners. For the purpose of this conversation, at least those are the students who have told us they are. Back to that earlier question about how do we know? Well, we ask them at enrollment to declare whether they have parents or their carers who have also been to university. And of course, some of our students may not either know or might not choose to disclose that. It's an obvious thing to say, but our learners are also across the lifespan. So of course, some of our older learners may be a long way removed in terms of that temporal dimension of their previous generation, if that makes sense. I was a first generation learner myself, back in a different century, let's say, but certainly with the benefit of hindsight, looking back on my time as an undergraduate in the late 1980s, I can understand the importance of learning to be a student and the impact of socioeconomic background on one's own experience, and components of my own undergraduate experience that related to identity formation, my own evolving sense of social capital. I guess it's what I now know to be social capital. I wouldn't have known that as the 18-year-old self. My confidence and my motivation, including my choice of course. And we know that socioeconomic background and by implication, whether you're first generation or not, can impact on your aspiration and your choice of course at the very outset on leaving high school. The world has changed a lot since the late 1980s. And the first generation definition is what I find difficult. It's problematic. And we know from our own work here in the sector in the UK that it can mask a range of other more specific and intersectional characteristics at a personal, at a demographic, at an ethnicity, at a social class, at a household income level, as well as geographic location in the UK. And the UK is now more stratified on a social basis than it ever has been in the past. And so we do know we have regional inequalities, and we have a significant range of household income, for example, that our students present with. We have increasing poverty rates in the United Kingdom, fairly well reported in that sense. So of course, all of those things do intersect. And we do know that the students at the Open University who are at most at risk of not continuing, put another way, the students at most risk of withdrawing from their studies have a number of intersecting characteristics, which include being part of the lower socioeconomic group in each of our 4 nations in the United Kingdom. Part of the world changing has seen the increased massification that's already been referenced by my previous panelists. But to be a first in family student, first generation student, we now know that around 2/3 of our youngest graduates, those who have completed in the UK, would now be classified as first in family, first generation learners, which is a great thing. So we have seen in our sector, our HE sector in the UK, marked progress. However, I would contend that much of the heavy lifting in that regard has been done by certain types of institution. What we might term the less elite, academically elite institutions, what we call locally in the UK, the post-92 institutions, former polytechnic institutions, which may have also a greater, historically, a greater focus on vocational and technical education. Remember, I said earlier, my own choice of university course, I think was partly driven by my interest in the subject, first of all, but also a focus from my own background on future labour market and where I thought I would have the best return on my investment in time at that stage. We do see the greatest impact on social mobility rates in the UK sector are amongst those institutions that are those modern post-92 institutions, where we see the greatest increase in numbers of first generation students being successful, both in terms of access at enrolment, but also through their continuation. So into the practicalities, we also see first and family students, and by way of proxy, we might call them working class students in UK terminology. And we know from a number of research studies, I'll point you to the work of Diane Ray, published in 2018, that use the term outsiders on the inside. So in terms of students from our lower socioeconomic groups, their experiences once at university, particularly those that are able to access the more elite Russell Group, you may have heard that term, institutions in the UK, they have a different experience to their more affluent colleagues and peers, who will include those from families who are well experienced in the field of higher education. And so there are barriers within a student journey that we know exist, that are real, that are problematic, even where a student has accessed the institution and it has begun their studies. Recognizing all of that, at the Open University, we place a great importance on three broad factors: a student's motivation to study, which is partly what will drive their choice of course; their confidence to study, which will be impacted by their prior educational experience; and their readiness to study. And by readiness to study, I would point to their academic skills, their academic readiness to understand how to learn, to have the skills ready to research, to write, to be numerate, and so on at the right level. But we also recognize that because of the range of learners that we admit, remember, open is in the title, so we don't have any entry requirements for our undergraduate courses. We have a significant range. So someone could be in a class at the first level of study who's already got a PhD, but going back to study a new subject, and someone else might have been a school leaver age 16 without high school diplomas, coming back into education some years down the line later in life. So our range of student support needs is not insignificant. And so placing a focus on those three areas means that we have to focus on early experiences. So, induction and orientation would be important everywhere, but in particular for all of our students, we endeavour to ensure that they have the right information early. They can engage really early with the tools of the trade, with being a student at the earliest possible moment, and that we have a lot of support front-loaded into the first study experiences to that end. One final word, because I know I'm probably in danger of eating into all of my time, is to note the importance of what we could call elsewhere in a face-to-face institution, the extracurricular and the co-curricular. I know from my own experience that part of my social capital was evolved outside of the classroom in a campus environment. Now, there's a real risk here. And just by providing more to already busy, time-pressured students who are perhaps struggling at times to learn to become a student isn't necessarily the answer that we hope it will be. So real cognizance of time pressure on all of our students potentially juggling academic study with part-time work alongside caring and family commitments is really important. So embedding the development of social skills, for example, within the curriculum, I think is a really important step to take, or at the very least ensuring that the times for the co-curricular, extracurricular activities aren't always at the wrong time for many students. So for example, for our students, something is scheduled to be delivered at the school pickup time when students might be going to collect their own children from school would be an impossible thing to attend. So having different times across the week, something as simple as that, to make sure that our activities are accessible, are really important practical steps to ensure that we're ready for the student as much as the student is ready for us, to coin an earlier phrase. I shall close there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pickett. I think Open University is the very answer to the question on first generation learners. I mean, if we take the organic idea of an open university, and also it sends a message, their presence send a message that, you know, we care, we do empower. But of course, we understand that Open University is not an end, it's just a beginning, or probably, you know, a beginning for the students to advance further. We really do not know whether we could consider education in an open university as addressing the problem of the first generation lawyers or not. We'll come back to this very, very soon. Now, let me have a question to each one of you. I'll go into a little deeper into the sociology of admissions. Professor Phillips, you spoke about self-identification, well, which is one way to identify who are the first generation lawyers. Barring this, are there ways actually for the law school or the university admissions officers to understand who is a first generation learner or who is not? Because this is not an easily discernible class like caste or a gender. Well, caste also, of course, you know, many times you have to self-identify, or rather through declarations only that this is identified. So how do we ensure inclusion when admissions officers have been given the mandate that you have to, approach with the high value of inclusion? They often struggle to identify who is going to be a first generation learner or not, because of the very fact that first generation learners are not a socially discernible class. Second one is, of course, for many, even accessibility is a big question. We are here talking about responsibility of higher educational institutions in creating a congenial atmosphere for the first generation learners. Apologies for being a law school dean, for the first generation learners. So many of them may not even be able to reach the higher educational institution. So I don't know whether we can also look at the society largely and to provide inclusion to them. I'm sure this is the larger responsibility of the admissions office. So I'll focus my question primarily on the identification. How do we identify and then give an entry by way of inclusion to the first generation learners? I'll start with Professor Phillips. We'll proceed in the same order.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sweets. I guess the first step might be to define what we mean by first generation. And so as Professor Pickup was mentioning, the fact that neither of your parents attended university might be a more answerable question than, are you a first generation learner? Or attended higher education of any sort. So that may be helpful to students in actually realizing, oh, yes, that's me. Maybe that's part of why I'm not feeling completely confident about being in this place, or, as comfortable as some of my peers are. I think that government policy, public policy is incredibly important. And I really heard that in all of the comments, right? That there's something about government saying, you must track this. In Canada, in Ontario, the province where I am in Toronto, the province identified some time ago that we would need to have metrics on how many first generation learners we had as a key access metric because that was one of the province's goals, was actually to bring people into university, into college, who had not had parents who attended that, who might not immediately see that as the normal natural path that they would take. And so we were required to come up with a system of self-identification and tracking and reporting. And in the UK, I've been very impressed from what I know about the outcomes tracking and reporting. We're not there yet in Canada in terms of knowing, well, okay, so you let students in, that's great. They had access to the institution, but did they complete? Were they able to persist? How long did that take them? I think one of the most troubling stories that for any of us who care about access to university can hear is that a student came in, their families spent funds on a university education, maybe they took on debt even to come to university, and that they didn't complete their credential, and that they left with a sense of failure or a sense of it wasn't really for me in the end, and that they didn't get that mobility effect of having a credential that gives them something to show to an employer. I think that is the most troubling sort of story. And so I actually think that it is probably appropriate for Canadian governments to start moving in the direction of outcomes tracking, as well as the incoming stats. I'm curious about whether India has moved in that direction at all as yet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. You mentioned about the Indian context, and I would pose my question to Professor Malish exactly on that an Indian higher educational institution which is deeply committed to inclusion, how do they identify the first generation learners? Because many of the first generation lawyers, of course, the socioeconomic background itself is preventing them to be the first generation learners, yet a small number would come. But how could institutions identify them in the way we identify gender, we identify caste, and give an inclusion?
Yeah, this is partly a technical issue. For my understanding, in India, so why we need to identify these people? That's the first question. If our focus is to provide more admission, I think there is no need to worry about the identification of the FGL in India, because we are in a country like low education, particularly in the higher education. So if we want to increase our gross enrollment ratio to 50% means simplicity, because without providing education to the large first generation learner, we will not be able to achieve that. So that for the admission stage, it's all of a kind of an automatic kind of a process. If you are able to increase our GR to 50%, automatically larger share will be coming from so-called first generation. So we can, the one way, the parents who did not undergo any kind of a higher education, either completed or successfully completed, so their children can be considered as so it is not it's a very technical issue. And for admission, I don't think something needs to be done intensively, because if you are aiming to achieve more gross enrollment ratio, this will be coming particularly from the so-called FGL category. So that's one point. And second, if you look at the history of equity provisions across the globe, one peculiar characteristic of FGL is that all other equity characteristics can be transferred from one generation to may be transferred from one generation to next generation. If any woman, that can be transferred to next generation. A scheduled caste, now a parent is a scheduled caste, his children also is a scheduled caste. But FGL is a very peculiar kind of a status. Once you complete your degree, that disadvantage cannot be translated to the next generation, because automatically their children will be so that's one issue. And secondly, if you look at the history of education, for instance, the Harvard University established in 1636, but the first time African Americans entered into Harvard University only in 1960s. So there is traditionally a group has been denied the opportunity, then they came to the university system. But the FGL, by default, whoever joined higher education in the initial stage, all are FGL. It's not something new, because when the university system started in India in 1857, all who joined were first generation learner. So India's encounter with the FGL is not new. Not only India, anywhere in the world, the higher education's encounter with the FGL is not new, because this context is different because of the social context. When we talk about the 1870s, when the first college was established in Calcutta, or the first university established in 1857, that FGL belonged to a certain socially upper strata. So that FGL did not face much problem. Now we are talking about a different kind of FGL. They are not belonging to that upper social status. That is the sociology of admission. What I would like to elaborate what Moses Srijit has mentioned. So that is the hardcore questions of this FGL. Otherwise, our FGL debate actually conceal the actual problem that exists in the higher education system in India.
Well, that's a great point. I mean, this is what I stand with that. Do we really need to define and understand who are the FGL? Because you mentioned at some point, Professor Malish, about the intersectionality here. Because now, of course, there is gender, caste, and of course, the social strata, which are easily discernible based on which the diversity is struck. Now, there could be intersectionality. There could be first-generation learners within them. So just a sub-question to you, that do you think too much of focus on FGL, the first-generation learners, would actually impact the intersectionality, which ultimately creates the intersectionality within the diversity, which is otherwise created by the universities?
This question for me?
No, a sub-question. Yeah, just a sub-question. You may respond in a few seconds.
FGL is one of the factors. The generational educational status of the family is the one of the factors. So we should give attention to that. So there is no need to intervene much at maybe at the admission, particularly in the Indian context. Maybe after the admission, and colleges and university can take a proactive role to identify who are those people whose parents did not undergo any kind of a higher education. Then we can try to devise some mechanism to provide whatever support system they need more. It's not necessarily that all the time they will be lacking. They may have their own strength, etc. We can strengthen that strength point. If something is additional required, the institution can provide. That is the way I will look into this FGL scenario.
Okay, that's an interesting question, interesting point. I mean, whether this poses a question whether educational institutions really need to look at the local communities, whether they literally need to look at the society to make sure that there is FGL, or there are FGL in the institution, or that they should focus more on their own institution to create the atmosphere more conducive for the FGL. We may get time to come back to this. I'll move to Professor Sabharwal. From a policy perspective, I'm sure that you will be able to address this question, throwing more light on the facts.
So I think in terms of policy question, so affirmative action and where, FGL status intersects with the SCDG statuses in the public institutions where affirmative action is applicable. There is a large private sector which is not mandated legally to implement affirmative action. And there, and in fact, even in public where it's selectivity, there I will say sociology of admissions will come into the picture. What constitutes merit in admissions by higher education institutions, especially elite institutions, both in the private and public. So when merit in admission is understood only as academic merit based on qualifying test scores, evidence shows that this is based on access to past resources and is most often affected by inherited class-based or gender-based privilege. Inherited privilege very often helps by achievements, with merit itself being determined by non-meritocratic factors such as social origin. This then means that focus of empowering first-generation learners needs to address complex combinations of social and epistemic dimensions of obstacles faced by them in accessing skills and knowledge that make them college ready. But when I say college ready, beyond students being college ready, institutional strategies which aim to ensure that colleges are ready to fully facilitate diverse learners to meet their academic potential irrespective of their background. Now, this is crucial for higher educations to act as a catalyst of social change when institutions are ready for students, first-gen students, because as indicated, the data, the analysis, empirical evidence shows that being first-gen college student is more than coming from a background where your parents did not graduate from college. It has intersectionality aspects to it. So in that context, it is important that affirmative actions democratize informed higher education decision-making and include a socially just conception of merit, which considers students' future potential of academic promise. Merit should be looked at more broadly for students from the first gen who are more likely to be also from socially and economically disadvantaged groups who demonstrate aspects of motivation, maturity, perseverance in their prior educational profile. So going beyond the test, the scores, it should be more on the future potential of academic promise. And in the context of the income support, financial support in the form of aids and grants as opposed to loans is also associated with higher rates of student retention, especially for students who are first generation and also from low income groups. One last thing I wanted to discuss is mention about women. Women who are from families with no generational knowledge of college going knowledge. It's gender conservatism that impacts their access to college and their choice of subject. So what affects their choice and access to higher education and choices, the distance to college and the safety of the higher education environment. That aspect becomes very important in the patriarchal sort of context that women in India are accessing higher education. Thank you.
Well, the last point you made is very interesting, actually. Even the geographical accessibility is a big factor in deciding their access to higher educational institution. So, Professor Pickup, I don't know how appropriate the same question is posed to you, because when you say open, whether your admissions should focus on first generation learners or not, the very idea of open in the open university, that of course this is a place where you will find a lot of first generation learners. Yet let me pose this question to you, because you to a largest extent address the problem or uphold the value that education is a public good. So but yet I would like you to address this question on how do we identify first generation learners.
So education absolutely is a public good, and that's writ large in the Open University's mission. But we also know that certain aspects of the student journey become hurdles. To go to the title of this panel, become real sticking points, moments of liminality, where students need lots of scaffold at different times for different reasons. And of course, our first generation students, who may be amongst those from the lower socioeconomic groups, they may also be from the global majority in terms of ethnicity. They may also have a disability and a mental health condition and challenge as part of that disability, and so on and so forth. So the intersectionality for us is really important for us to understand, and how that plays out at key moments of the student journey. And by way of example, a key moment of the student journey, once they've started, would be their first assessment and their second assessment, or their first end of module assessment. And for us as a distance learning organization, we tend to say things like, we teach through assessment. And there's a pulse of assessments across each of our modules that is the point of interaction with each student, with their tutor. So it's of critical importance that assessment period has the scaffolding there to accommodate our diverse learners, as I've said. Interestingly, as part of the admissions process for UK universities, and I have 2 adult children who have recently applied to go to universities, they're asked the question in the national application process, And the question isn't, are you first generation? Because they wouldn't understand that. It's, what are the highest education qualifications held by your parents or guardians? And so there's a national data set that is held from the point of application into the national system. And we also ask that question because we sit slightly outside of that system because of our nature. And we ask that question in the application process. The key thing for us then is to join up that data with an understanding of which of our learners are most at risk of not being successful, of failing that first assignment as a first point of engagement and walking away straight away. In many cases, having taken on student debt to be with us. So we have to work really hard, and that's part of our ongoing activity, to really understand what works for our students and how we can make sure that what we really are assessing isn't their ability to navigate our systems and our processes, how to submit a piece of work through this complicated platform. We're not assessing that. We're assessing their academic ability, the learning outcomes from each of our courses. So we have to take the grit out of the machine, as the saying goes, to ensure that that's as smooth as possible on the administration side, so that their focus on those key moments like assessment and receiving feedback and planning ahead for the next assessment using that feedback is what's foregrounded. Within our national regulatory landscape, and Professor Phillips also commented on this in terms of knowledge of the UK system, we have moved very much into a space where student outcomes, access, continuation, completion, and progression to graduate level jobs, all of those stages of the learner journey are measured, are tabulated, and have become a proxy for quality in the UK, well, certainly the English part of the UK regulatory framework, and there are differences in the other nations. And I should also point out that the OU is a 4-nation institution with students domiciled in Scotland, Wales, and the north of Ireland as part of our statute. Further complications about regulation. But for our English regulation, our access and participation plan, and we have to have one of those to continue our registration to be a university. So every university with a university title, in essence, has to have this plan that is signed off by the regulator. And we submit that. It's actually, they've just changed how we do those, but it's around every 4 years to really foreground, using our own data, which students will be at risk of not being successful in our context, and what we're going to do about that, including how much money we're going to spend to address those things. So it's a real investment in time, energy, pedagogy, student support, resources. It cuts to the heart of that question: which students are at greatest risk? And in some institutions, it may well be first-generation students. But I'm fairly sure also across the sector, so there's other aspects of intersectionality that really need a careful understanding of how that manifests at the local contextual level. So one final point, if I may, just to say the narrative politically and in some parts of our media here in the UK has shifted over the very recently. It's accelerated, but has been shifting in the present political context, where a previous famous leader of the UK would have talked up the importance of encouraging all young people to attend higher education. And there was a notional figure of 50% of young people should be aspiring to go to institution, stated by Tony Blair, remember, one of our previous prime ministers. But the current narrative is very much not that. And, universities shouldn't be for everybody. Playing through in political discourse and also some of the media. But what those citizens in the UK fail to say is, well, which young people shouldn't have that opportunity to progress to university, and also who therefore will be our future lawyers, our future doctors, our future artists, our future poets, our future teachers in the UK. Because that's what we have at risk here if we start to limit both aspirations of young people and the opportunity for young people, but then the success of young people by not evolving our institutions in such a way that we can meet the learner where they are at. And so to that end, the work we do at the OU is, of course, really important, the scale at which we do it, but I'm hoping too that many other institutions can and do adopt some of the same powerful methodologies to that same end.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Pickup. We have only 5 minutes left, but what I'll do is I'll still pose a question to you on the empowerment part. I request all the speakers to limit your response to 30 seconds. I know it's too short a time for a question like this. So when we look at empowering, or the systems which institutions will have to develop by way of supporting the first generation learners, various forces are at play. Number one, the perception that first generation learners are weak, well, that will prove to be fallacious, because as Professor Phillips mentioned, there may be individuals with extraordinary potential within that group who are intellectually absolutely bright within that group. That's one factor. Second one is, of course, there could be many psychological factors, including inhibitions, who might have moved from modest intellectual background or modest family background to higher educational institutions. Third is the motive. The motive, probably, they are there because the parent has a dream. Or it could be that, it's a family aspiration for somebody to send to higher educational institutions. So understanding the motive is an important factor in creating systems. And lastly, dreams. Many of them might have come to a higher educational institution with hopes, with dreams. So expectation management becomes a big challenge for the institution, and expectations vary from individual to individual. So each one of you, I request you to quickly respond in 30 seconds. How do we meddle with these different forces at play, or these different undercurrents at play? I'll start with Professor Phillips.
Thank you. Well, empowerment. I think that one of the things we try to do at York University is that as soon as a student is admitted, we start putting programming in front of them. We start even before they're going to start in the fall, their program of study. We give some free online modules to help them, first of all, understand what's going to be required to navigate their first year. What is available? Where can you go if you're struggling with either your personal mental health or food security or whatever it might be, or with your academics and not knowing if you're in the right place, taking the right courses, or not doing well on your first assessment, so that they have a sense before they arrive that there are places I can go if I'm finding this difficult, but also to shore up some of the academic fundamentals that might help them feel a bit more ready to be in that classroom. And so I think that starting very early and providing navigational aids. We also have an AI-driven virtual advisor that allows students to very quickly access information about where do I go for X, how do I do Y. So as many tools as possible, and starting early to empower students to take control of their success at university.
Thank you very much. Professor Malish.
Yeah, so my last point is that how to address the issues and how to promote the learning and outcome of the students from the first generation in particular, or maybe in equity groups in general. So in banking, we used to say the know your customer. So I would say know your student. So we need to have some mechanism at the institution level to periodically collect who are our students, what are the kind of the aspirations, their pre-college credential, then everyday experience in the campus, classroom, hostels, etc. That data source should lead to some strategies. But otherwise, no, if you only think about some of the patronizing kind of providing more support, etc., without an empirical basis of what is happening in the reality, that will not lead to a quality outcome. So I suggest every institution should have a stringent mechanism to periodically collect information from the students about their social, academic experience and aspirations, etc. That should be the resource for the institutional level planning and the development of strategies to address their requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Sabharwal.
Yeah, just quickly, I think our research is suggesting that students' perceptions and feelings of how supportive, engaged, and concerned their institutions are, especially faculty members that they interact with on a regular basis, of their personal, academic, and social needs, are powerful aspects of providing that support. That has quite a direct link with developing academic competencies, especially at the first year, when they are in the first year in that transition phase and in the first year of their college life. So the role of faculty members is imperative and cannot be underemphasized. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Barwal. Professor Pickup.
Thank you. Three things. Number one, just like Professor Phillips, early engagement and that focus on pre-arrival, pre-induction and induction content, but always looking to evolve that approach. So we've just piloted in the last intake a new OU Ready program to really step that up to ensure that that has the impact that we're seeking. Number two, helping students get to the right starting point, the right level, the right course in the right space of the HE level journey. So for example, we signpost some of our application, our enrolling students to start with what we call our access course, which is just below higher education level, the first level in the UK, to help that preparation over an extended period of time. And we offer fee waivers to do that and so on. And number three, timely intervention. So how do we enable our tutors and our support team to make timely interventions with students based on their engagement and their success across the journey? And like many institutions, we use predictive analytics, and we have a bespoke platform internally that helps our tutors spot those students who need, whether it's a phone call, whether it's an email, whether it's an automated nudge in terms of their engagement, for us to step that in at the right place for the right student. And I think that level of personalization is somewhat of a holy grail for us all working with diverse learners, but is very much the spirit in which we're taking our work forward.
Thank you, Professor. We have a few questions from the audience, but I've gone through the questions. You have answered it in one way or other. So my apologies to the audience that time doesn't permit me to take up their questions, but I'm sure that they will not be disappointed having heard you. Now, where to conclude? Well, of course, I don't think it is my responsibility to take this to a logical conclusion. And if at all it is needed, the logical conclusion is that we have begun a good debate, or probably that we have added to an ongoing discourse. All the speakers spoke from the heart with a lot of grace, a lot of clarity. And I myself feel that, there is something for willing and acting now moving forward for my own institution. All the moderators always feel that, with such talented speakers, that I wish I were not the moderator of the session with the time-boundedness upon me. Thank you very much, each one of you. It was great pleasure listening to all of you, Professor Phillips, Professor Malish, Professor Sabharwal, Professor Pickup. Time doesn't permit us to continue. Thank you very much, and have a nice reminder of the day. And audience, please stay tuned for the next session. Good evening to everybody from India.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Lisa, thank you.
So I'd like to share, in case anybody was wondering, it is a high of -19 today with the wind chill Celsius here in Ottawa. So I imagine it's much nicer wherever you are.
We are live, Professor Indrath, and you are muted.
Thank you. Thank you all, and welcome to this World University Summit. Today, this evening, well, it's morning, I believe, for some of our guests, and afternoon, and good evening. And I believe, as my colleagues were discussing, it's fairly cold in Canada, and it's extremely warm and quite cold in other parts of the world as well. But it's extremely warm in Delhi. On that note, let me welcome all my speakers, Professor Kusparov, Mr. Riley, Professor Resta, and Mr. Malkani to this session. The session is entitled Scholars Without Borders, the Role of Universities in Building Global Partnerships for Peace and Prosperity. Well, I think this is an extremely important topic and timely topic for that matter. As we know that universities play a crucial role in bridging the gaps that boundaries may pose. When there are major issues concerning governance, peace, and prosperity, universities provide the intellectual space in bringing about tangible changes. And those endeavors, I believe, may create a more prosperous global order. This session will discuss about the pivotal role that universities play in building global partnerships for fostering long-lasting peace and prosperity around the globe. So without further ado, I would now request all my speakers and co-panelists to share their opening remarks about what they feel and what is their take on how universities, in what manner universities can play a pivotal role in bringing much desired global prosperity and peace. If I may start with Professor Kuzmarov, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and good evening or good morning or good afternoon, wherever you may be. My name is Dr. Bettina Pal-Kuzmarov, and I'm the Associate Vice President International at Carleton University in Ottawa, Ontario. And I'd like to take a moment just to thank the organizing committee for all their hard work in putting this summit together and for welcoming me with such enthusiasm. I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you as an honored guest with you from unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory on which we work, study, and play here in Ottawa. I'd also like to say a quick hello to my fellow panelists. This is my second time participating in the World University Summit, and I look forward to a really engaging and insightful conversation. I'd like to situate my comments today just in my location, which is at Carleton University, and we are an interdisciplinary, research-intensive, comprehensive university with a strong international focus. We're located in a G7 capital, Ottawa, and we enjoy close proximity to various embassies and high commissions, and as well strong ties to the public sector based here in Ottawa. With a comprehensive approach to outreach, we believe in the immense value of co-creating bridges and seeking partnerships with international universities. We want to see Carleton as a global hub of intellectual engagement. However, the world is grappling with escalating geopolitical tensions and other crises, and the higher education sector grows increasingly more important in that conversation. Universities have a responsibility to encourage responsible dialogue and educated debate, as well as facilitating cross-cultural understandings. At Carleton, this commitment is underlined in our strategic plan, which flows out of a larger strategic integrated plan, and its core mission is to serve Ottawa and serve the world. From research funding to mobility programs, student exchanges, joint degrees, community initiatives, as well as diplomatic engagements, this plan sets a clear pathway to understanding our international impact, as well as to support our faculty, staff, and students to participate as global citizens and engage with the world. We're preparing to renew our strategic plan, which is designed to take us into 2025, and we're turning to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals for guidance as they provide a compelling framework to illustrate how we can actually measure, and I know this was one of the questions, our tools of international engagement and collaboration in research and engagement. We're fostering our partnerships and pooling our resources and expertise to enable us to co-create responses to shared global challenges, whether that's meaningful responses to humanitarian crises. For example, we're sponsoring a project with the WHO on pop-up mobile medical clinics, as well as other core world issues, including health, climate change, and cybersecurity, which we'll reflect on more, I think, in the dialogue. We're committed to ensuring that our community reflects the diversity of the world, as well as the diversity of Canada itself. We now have over 4,200 international undergraduate and graduate students from 142 different countries. We also welcome a number of visiting scholars to our campus. This past year, we had a pleasure of hosting 177 researchers. We know that universities should be seen as a safe space and as part of our responsible development ecosystem, where people of various backgrounds can come together to share their experiences and learn from different perspectives. This type of environment can cultivate a culture of empathy, mutual respect, and an appreciation of diversity. By nurturing these values, universities can play a pivotal role in promoting peaceful coexistence amongst global communities. As we move forward, strengthening our international linkages is a collective priority, and we intend to do that through a research-driven strategy. Only then will we be prepared for the next set of challenges that may come our way. This summit is always a perfect example of this, putting into practice these conversations. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to participate today. I look forward to hearing from my panelists and colleagues and to discussing this important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kusmarov, for those opening remarks. Indeed, it is extremely important for internationalization and to create that space where students, faculty members can connect, and universities do provide that space. And thank you very much for enlightening us about the wonderful work that Carleton University is doing. On that note, if I may now move on to Mr. Riley for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. I would also like to thank the organisers of this conference for the invitation to participate. I'm really delighted to have this opportunity and acknowledge the work of OP Jindal more broadly and the partnerships that it is forging, both domestically, but also particularly internationally. I guess I wanted to talk a little bit about ACU. Just to give you a little bit of context, ACU is a Catholic university, but is a little peculiar in that we are also a publicly funded university. So we are not a private institution, but we are a public university based in Australia. We have 7 campuses altogether. We have approximately 35,000 students across those campuses, of whom about 5,000 are international students from over 110 different countries. The university is reasonably comprehensive, but not completely comprehensive. So we have 4 faculties and we focus largely on teacher education, on arts and sciences, on health and health and allied health practice. We also focus on the areas of law and business, and we also offer programs in the areas of theology and philosophy, which align with our identity as a Catholic university. I guess what I wanted to do was 2 things in these introductory notes, and that is, I guess, talk about how we, encapsulate and how we interpret our responsibility as a Catholic university and what that means then and how that's articulated as a global institution as well. So I wanted to draw in particular on a document called Ex Corde Ecclesiae, which is a document which basically underpins the nature of Catholic universities worldwide. So there's 1,500 of us approximately around the globe, and we all ascribe to these words. And that is that the basic mission of a university is a continuous quest for truth through research and the preservation of knowledge for a good society. Including amongst its research activities, therefore, will be a study of serious contemporary problems in areas such as the dignity of human life, the promotion of justice for all, the quality of personal and family life, the protection of nature, the search for peace and political stability. The encyclical also goes quite a long way further, and it talks about the specific roles that Catholic universities have and the responsibilities that we have to help to promote the development of emerging nations. So we actually have a very strong focus around that element. And at ACU, we particularly enshrine that in the work that we do through our community engagement activities, as well as through our research activities and our teaching. So if you like, we have a three-pronged approach to the work that we do, both globally and domestically. In the global context, like Carlton, we're actually going through a bit of a refresh of our strategic plan. So we are, in fact, today we launched yesterday I should say, because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, we launched Global Connection Vision 2033. So in Vision 2033, we focus on the global connection for ACU. And in that, we specifically state that ACU's international profile reflects the global objectives of the university across education, research, and engagement. We also go further and say that intercultural competence is woven into our activities and supports our reputation as a welcoming and inspiring destination for international students. And we also develop globally engaged learners equipped to thrive and lead in an interconnected world and provide opportunities for both staff and students to gain international experience through mobility, exchange programs, and virtual collaboration to learn from and work alongside members of the global community. So we've made a very, very firm commitment to the global identity of the university. We draw on our identity as a Catholic university, but we also draw on our identity as a university more broadly. And of course, I'm a firm believer, as is the university, that the term university in and of itself talks of universality. It talks of the global context. It talks of the universality of engagement and the work that we do. So we see that as being very, very critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Riley, for those wonderful comments. And it's great to know about the structured approach that ACU is following. And as you've rightly said, the universities around the world speak a common language. I think it is time to revisit that common language to bring about that peace and prosperity. Thank you very much. So if I may now request Professor Resta for his comments, opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Thank you so much also to the organizer of this wonderful conference. My name is Giorgio Resta, and I'm Vice President for International Affairs at Roma Tre University, a public institution located in Rome, with 13 departments and 35,000 students, more or less. We are deeply committed to generally to the intercultural exchange. So we really trust this mission of universities, which is reflected in the title of our session. Let me start by a short remark about the history of university. As a typical institution which was formed in Europe, namely in Bologna, at about 1,000 years ago. So at that time, when the first faculty of law was formed, the faculty of law was the first one, students came from all over Europe to learn from professors who were teaching some sort of law based on the reason, the old Roman law. And these students came to their own countries with teachings that opened the mind to the law of reason, so to say. So it was a typically transnational endeavor, and it was the basis of a transnational community of people who recognized themselves in some values of respect of reason, rational decision-making, and the values of the person. And this idea of university, which is typical as a transnational institution, remained intact as probably one of the main systems which were created in medieval Europe. But today, the challenges that universities face all over the world are extremely serious. We have heard from climate change to political instability, from pandemics to the urgent need for technological adaptation. Our institutions in this new context stand not just as bastions of learning and research, but as vital bridges across cultures, disciplines, and borders. In particular, I think that the mission of academia is the cornerstone upon which we can build a more peaceful and prosperous world. This mission obligates us to transcend our local and national boundaries, to engage in and promote international cooperation. Our scholars trained in diverse disciplines, yet speaking the universal language of inquiry and evidence, embody the potential to bridge worlds, as it was in the past. At Roma Tre University, we are deeply committed to this vision. We believe in the power of global partnership to enrich education, to enhance research, and to forge pathways to peace and prosperity. Through exchange programs, collaborative research initiatives, and joint academic ventures, we strive to bring down the walls that divide us. The question before us is not whether university can play a role in building a more internet-connected and harmonious world, because the evidence of our potential is overwhelming. The real question is how we can amplify our impact, how we can leverage our collective intellectual capital more effectively for the greater good. To this end, I think that we must prioritize the facilitation of cross-cultural understanding and promote intercultural dialogue. We must ensure that our campuses are microcosmos of the world we wish to see, diverse, inclusive, and harmonious. Our academic and research partnership should not only cross borders, but should also break new ground in addressing the global challenges that confront us. In conclusion, the visions of Scholars Without Borders is not a mere ideal. It is embedded in the history of universities, and at the same time, it is a roadmap for action. It calls upon us to use our knowledge, our networks, and our passion for education to foster peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Resta. I think it's so very important to visit our past to understand our present, to make our future better. And thank you for reminding us, the ancient university structure. In fact, I was remembering India's Nalanda and Takshashila and the values those universities had actually brought around that time. On that note, if I may now request Mr. Malkani to share his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta, and thank you also to colleagues across Jindal Global University for including us in today's session. Just like our colleagues at Carrollton University, we too have been part of this World University Summit before, and indeed, two senior colleagues will be on panels later today and tomorrow as well. So we really welcome this opportunity to be part of the discourse, and as an organization with very deep ties with Jindal Global University, we are very grateful for this opportunity. So a little bit about the Association of Commonwealth Universities, where I serve as the Regional Director for Membership in the Asia Pacific. We're the other ACU on this panel, not the Australian Catholic University, but the Association of Commonwealth Universities. We're the world's first and oldest international university association. Today, a network of over 440 member universities across 42 Commonwealth countries. We have the unique distinction, colleagues, of having about 2/3 of our membership in low and middle income countries, and therefore are extremely well placed really to act as interlocutors between what's popularly known as the Global North and the Global South. And indeed, a lot of our work in support of our mission is indeed to help make the world a better place through higher education. We do this by bringing universities together and supporting our member universities in not just fulfilling their mandates, but indeed in fulfilling their missions altogether. We run a program of grants, of fellowships, of scholarships, which support a range of different collaborations, all of them international. So ranging from initiatives such as gender grants to early career researcher grants to grants in support of projects that aid the development of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, to peace and reconciliation grants, to climate resilient grants, and a whole other range of grants. As I said, all in support of bringing academics, bringing professional services staff, and bringing students together. We run also a range of different initiatives in support of international collaboration. And inherently, this is a personal view, but certainly is also the view of the ACU, which is that all people are inherently good, but it's really just fear and insecurity that propagates division in most cases. And therefore, it really is incumbent upon us, and I say this, us as the Association of Commonwealth Universities, but also others in the room really, to use our international connections, to use the privilege of our education, as well as our values to bring people together and to bust some of these myths that actually sow division instead of unity. So, on that note, I'm really looking forward to the conversation today. I don't want to meander into a longer introduction because I'm looking forward very much to hearing what the other panelists have to say, and also indeed the Q&A that will follow. But in brief, we are an international organization in every facet of our being, and we really exist to support universities and to help universities what they do what they do better. So back to you, Professor Gupta.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Malkani. I mean, in fact, I'm a great fan of the work that you are doing as a part of the Association of Commonwealth Universities. You are bringing universities together. It's a fantastic, work, and all kudos to you. As we have now we have now understood that where universities stand in terms of the projects, in terms of the work that they're doing, or be it the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Now let's dive a bit further, and let me pose my first question, if I may, to understand more about what universities further can. And if I may pose this question to all of you, and please feel free. Universities, I mean, we have talked about universities are highly valued for their intellectual capital. How can this intellectual capital be leveraged to counteract misinformation and propaganda, fostering a more nuanced and informed global discourse for peace? So I can follow the same order. Professor Kuzmarov, if I may start with you, please. Thank you.
So I think there's really two different ways that we look at this, I think, at Carleton University. And I say this both from the academic side and from the international outreach side of things. One is that our role at universities is to bring better information, data, and knowledge to the public. So in other words, knowledge dissemination, sharing what it is that we're working on so that we make it public and visible what we do. The second thing is that Carleton has a long history of interdisciplinarity and looking at challenges from multiple perspectives. And I'll talk about a few of them over the course of this conversation, but I'll focus on one right now, which is we have an interdisciplinary program, for example, on migration and diaspora studies. And what that program does is take people from across the university and offer them programming in a range of issues surrounding one of our global challenges right now, which is obviously human migration, whether that is forced migration, whether that's economic migration, and actually interrogating it from a wide variety of viewpoints. So I think there's two different angles to this. One is our responsibility as good citizens of the world to share what it is that we're working on in an accessible way. And we really make that a priority as well, outreach. Because of the unique structure of Carleton and its history, we were formed at the end of World War II to serve returning GIs from the war. We've always had a history of public outreach and engagement. That means that we see part of our role as influencing policymakers, the public, and sharing the things that we're doing through academic research. But the other piece to that is how we do it. And I think part of that is the challenges we're facing right now are global in scope. They are not, you can't look at them through silos. They are multi-pronged and multifaceted. And so I'll just give you an example. We have a research project called the Local Engagement Refugee Research Network, where a team of researchers promote the protection of solutions for refugees. And what they do is they actually work with refugees around the world to provide that firsthand knowledge and accounts for how Canada is shaping its refugee policy. So in other words, we're not making policy in a vacuum without listening to the voices of the people who are actually impacted by the work that we're intending to do. And we also do that, the same professor who does that is co-chair of the Global Academic Interdisciplinary Network, which is through UNESCO, and works to advance the international effort that higher education can take in response to displacement. So in other words, it's operating from both angles, listening from the people most affected from below, but also influencing the policy makers up to the global scale. And I think that really speaks to what universities can and should do when addressing these global challenges, including discord, misinformation, and conflict, which of course refugees are one consequence of some of these situations. So I'm going to stop there, but I think there's more we'll say throughout the other questions as well.
I think these are extremely important points that you raised about the importance of following multi-pronged approach. And I think the idea is to bring about that transparency. In fact, universities should create that ambience for professors to work on different areas. And that kind of environment can be created by university, that free environment where intellectual discourse can happen. So on that note, if I may request Mr. Riley to share his comments. Thank you. Sir, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
At Australian Catholic University, we are very committed to encouraging our staff to engage in active public discourse. We believe that the role of a university is very much a public role. It's critical that our teaching staff, our academic staff have the freedom to engage with the media, to engage through social media, to comment particularly in areas of expertise. And particularly, I guess, we see their role as clarifying and informing people's thinking and providing evidence to support their assertions as well. It's that academic rigor which is absolutely critical and is often missing in terms of misinformation. We also look at it, I guess, through the work of individuals, as well as looking at it through the eyes of consortia and different opportunities that we also offer. So, for example, one of our professors, Professor Ben Moffat, specifically researches into populism, democracy theory, contemporary political theory, and populism in the global context. So he's a very active researcher who's looking very specifically at the different factors that are informing and creating the current situation, that are creating, I guess, and elevating populism, that are driving to a certain extent misinformation, both within the public but also in the private context. So we've got individual academics like him who are working specifically on these, but working often in collaboration with colleagues overseas and drawing on the global context, looking at the context not only within Australia, but looking to countries like the United States, or looking to Pakistan, or looking to other countries to see what the points of conjunction might be. I guess the other thing we do too is we do look at consortia approach, particularly in relation to developing our young and up-and-coming academic staff. So really, we're talking about training our high degree by research students and supporting them. So one example of that, and one example, I guess, of a really successful global collaboration is in the area of contemporary humanism, where we work with a group of colleagues including Università LUMSA, the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile, the Catholic University of Lyon, the Catholic University of Portugal, and the Institut Catholique de Paris. So with those institutions, we not only conduct seminars on a regular basis, generally on an annual cycle, but we also run a series of co-tutelle arrangements whereby our students have, say at ACU, the opportunity to undertake their doctoral program not only at ACU, but also at one of our partner institutions, one of the other partners in that particular network of institutions. So that particular program is it's international and interdisciplinary in structure. It aims to provide an adequate context, not only for an integrated humanistic approach, but also for an integral education of students through a contamination of styles and methods of research and teaching beyond the disciplinary and beyond national boundaries. So we see that as also a way to broadly share the work that we're doing in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley, for highlighting some of the projects that Australian Catholic University is actually working on. It's quite refreshing to listen to you about the areas that professors are working on. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. On that note, if I may now request Professor Resta to share his comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be very, very short since I totally agree with the assumptions which has been made by the previous speakers. I think that we have two key words to answer your question. One is the social impact of university. The second one is the interdisciplinary endeavor. I think that leveraging intellectual capital against misinformation involves the dissemination of accurate, research-based information and the promotion of critical thinking skills. And as I said before, one of the main characteristics of the historical development of the community of scholarship has been the development of a universal language of inquiry and evidence as the basis in which we all recognize. And we have to disseminate this language toward the general public. And we can also contribute to the fight against misinformation, also by providing specialized teaching and education to our students. I think that, for example, what we have done has been insisting in introductory courses on the law and ethics of the digital society. On the one hand, to convince the people that there are specific responsibilities in using the new technological instruments, and also by providing an introduction of what might be the remedies afforded also by the law and not just by ethics, as against the violation of the basic values against which, on the basis of which our community is based. Secondly, I think that we should go on by publishing accessible and engaging research findings, hosting public lectures and debates, and using social media platforms to reach a wider audience, as it has been in the last times. Encouraging scholars in particular to engage with the public and the media can also help in providing expert insights that counteract false narratives and promote a more informed discourse.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts about how to approach in a structured manner and providing that scope and opportunity for all involved in this endeavor. Thank you very much, Professor Resta. Over to you, Mr. Malkan. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. And just like some of my co-panelists, I'd also like to respond to this very important question with the help of a couple of examples. And let me begin just by connecting with the point I made in my brief introduction, which is, as the Association of Commonwealth Universities, it's very much our mandate and our job to improve understanding of different cultures and different societies by bringing people together. And as I said, we do this through our events, through our networks and communities, through our grants and fellowships. So I want to take the I want to take an example of a series of programs we used to run until not very long ago, known as the ACU summer schools. And these programs used to bring together, and for several years brought together, young leaders from across the world, across the Commonwealth, to a particular Commonwealth country at a particular host university. And these summer schools have been run on a range of different themes, right from what the impact of pandemics on cities will be, to topics like the one we ran last year, which was on the theme of truth and reconciliation. And this particular summer school 2023 was hosted by Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and basically focused on aspects to do with apartheid, as well as transnational justice, and provided a fascinating opportunity for students from across the Commonwealth, finally undergraduate students as well as first-year postgraduate students, were immersed in this fascinating opportunity to learn about the political, social, as well as economic forces that shaped 28th century South African politics, including, as I said, apartheid. Came together with their peers and had a range of different lectures as well as group discussions. So one way really of propagating peace and bringing communities together is really through developing programs that help people to understand before they misunderstand. So that's one example. Another is again, in the interest of time, I'll be brief, but another is through our very robust grants program that I also alluded to earlier. So I'll give one example of a senior lecturer in anthropology at BRAC University in Bangladesh. BRAC University are one of our members. And this particular senior lecturer, somebody called Mr. Muhammad Abdul Rakib, he applied for and was awarded one of what we call the ACU's Peace and Reconciliation grants to support a project and to support some research that he does, which investigates how the victims of police violence and their family members navigate the legal terrain in Bangladesh. So as you can see, very deep, important societal matters. And through this project, Muhammad Abdul Rakib is aiming to study the ordinary processes of adjudication in which the victims of police violence and their families submit defense, organize collective protests, and forge moral injunctions. So it's really, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to communicate really is the work of a network like ours is to provide very brilliant individuals, whether they're students, whether they're academics, whether they're professional services staff within universities, the tools that they may need to aid that community building or aid that unifying process and aim that they're hoping to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Malkani. Thank you for raising, the importance of bringing in students and ensuring international collaboration in that. And of course, we already have started receiving questions from our audience, but I'll just hold on to them for a minute and let me position, my next question to what Mr. Malkani was saying a little bit. So if I may ask this question now, scholars, regardless of their cultural backgrounds, share a common language rooted in academic pursuits. How can this common language be harnessed to promote intercultural dialogue, understanding, and collaborative research that contributes to global peace? Can you share examples where scholars from diverse backgrounds collaborated successfully? I think this is extremely important because we're talking about interdisciplinary studies, we're talking about international collaborations, we're talking about students' engagement. So I position my question, and if I may follow the same order, and start with Professor Kusmarov. Thank you.
So thank you. I think this is one of those questions that perhaps is interestingly addressed from the Canadian perspective, because we really have such a diverse and multicultural society in which people live and work every day. as part of their daily lives, as well as, of course, the intellectual collaborations that we foster both inside and outside of Canada. So to give you just a couple of specific examples, one, I think I would return to the interdisciplinarity that we were talking about before, which is that one of the strengths that we have at Carleton is we don't look at problems through the lens of a single discipline. And I'll give you an example, one which is very current in challenges, which is cybersecurity. And we have an expert at Carleton, Dr. Alex Wilner, who works in our Norman Patterson School of International Affairs, who's a leading world expert in deterrence theory. But he's now applying his expertise to cyberspace and running a program called the Masters of Infrastructure Protection. And what that program is designed to do is to foster knowledge scholarship amongst people who are trained as engineers, who understand the actual infrastructure challenges from the technical side in the policy challenges of protecting infrastructure through the lens of cybersecurity. And so it's things like that that both foster the sort of interdisciplinary dialogue as well as naturally the cross-sectoral dialogue. Specifically to intercultural dialogue, we like to think of Carleton both on and off campus as a microcosm, and I think that word was used before, of both our society, and we try to make it reflective of that. We have active hiring policies, for example, to increase the number of Indigenous faculty members so that we represent our Indigenous populations more fulsomely and access the knowledge and expertise that they bring from their worldview onto campuses. As well, we also have global talent programs where we're looking to recruit the best and the brightest from around the world. But we also then bring the world onto campus. One of the benefits of being in a G7 capital is that we all the time are hosting events from various embassies or in conjunction with various partners around the city and the world to bring the world onto campus as well. Because we recognize that one of the things that we have in Canada is a very diverse population that comes onto campus, but oftentimes we don't express that diversity through our campus activities. And so we have over 230 student clubs, for example, right now that represent just about any both interests, but also cultural or socio-ethnic background that wants to be represented. But to give you a specific example, we recently hosted a poster exhibit from the Embassy of Chile to examine Canada's solidarity with Chile in the aftermath of their coup d'etat in 1973. It was a poster exhibit as well as a reception, and the exhibit was put up in our library, so everybody got to see this, and it was both a historical and cultural study of Canada's role in this specific time in Chile's history, hosted by the Chilean embassy. So those are the types of things we do to foster those dialogues on campus. We also have robust protections both around academic freedom, but also freedom of expression that we hold to very dearly as part of our engagement. So that means that both our professors, as part of their collective agreement, have the right to teach and study in areas that are meaningful to them without interference. But conversely, everyone on campus has the right to access those speech protections. So I think maybe I'll stop there and leave it to my other colleagues to pick up the mantle, but those are some of the ways that I think we address your question.
Thank you so very much for sharing all the examples. Now, if I may request Mr. Riley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I wanted to look at this particular question through a couple of lenses. And the first one of those is around the use of international networks to basically enhance our reach, to actually promote collaboration. And I guess what I'm looking at is the success of some of those networks, which shows that there is a common language that can be harnessed and it can promote intercultural dialogue. So we are seeing this actually happening. It is quite active. The example I wanted to use is a relatively new network and it's quite a small network of 8 universities called the Strategic Alliance of Catholic Research Universities. The alliance consists of ACU, It consists of the Catholic University of Portugal, Catholic University of Chile, Catholic University of Rio, Pontifical Catholic University of Rio, Ramon Llull University out of Barcelona, and Sophia University out of Japan, as well as Sacro Cuore University out of Milan. So, and I think I mentioned Boston College, hopefully. It's a relatively new network. It's existed for basically 2.5 years. It really started during COVID. But the network itself is very much focused on driving and supporting research collaboration, and driving and supporting that research collaboration across a range of themes which are agreed by the governing board and by by SACRU's executive team as well. So, for example, we have a group that looks specifically at vulnerability and healthcare. So it's looking at which is obviously a huge topic and of significance to everybody. We've got another one that's looking at Laudato Si and the Sustainability Development Goals. It's entitled The Common Home and Social Justice. So it's looking at environmental issues, but it's looking at all of the SDGs, and it's looking at all of the other elements that are aligned with that. We also have another working group that's looking specifically at artificial intelligence, agency, and the human person. And that particular group has been very active. They've got publications under their belt. We held a very successful seminar in Milan last year, which involves quite a number of scholars, around about 100 scholars from across the network, all speaking across a range of different disciplines, from law to media and communications, to environmental science, to computer science, you name it. It was incorporated into it through the lens of artificial intelligence, both the good and the bad. How do we leverage it? How do we use it? How do we use it constructively? What are the threats that there are to humanity that could be derived from the flowing out of artificial intelligence? And we also look at quite a practical area, and that's looking at, how do we apply our knowledge to nourishing the planet? In other words, it's around food safety, agriculture, all of those elements, but looking at it very much through the lens of the human person and the role that we have to take. So I think that's one really good example. The contemporary humanism example that I used earlier just shows you how you can cut across borders and how you can actually encourage that level of collaboration relatively early in researchers' careers as well. So I think that those are, I guess, some of the examples I could draw on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley, for sharing such important examples, and also, telling us about the importance of creating that network of universities who can work together on extremely important areas. Now, if I may request Professor Resta for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just provide a few examples of uses of transnational networks to leverage important issues that might contribute to the promotion of the rights of the vulnerable people and generally global peace and prosperity. We started in this field in the last years, many projects, in particular in the law department, and we have some of them that deal with international human rights, with legal scholars from diverse cultural backgrounds who work together to address global human rights issues. We opened up several law clinics, in particular one in immigration law, one on human rights, and one of the prisoners' rights, which is a very important issue, given that the prisons are unfortunately characterized by a wide presence of foreigners in Italy, and therefore having a legal clinic with a diverse background of scholars might provide important venues for inclusion of these people. We have started partnership in environmental law research using legal experts from various countries of the developed world and the less developed to bridge and bring about legal frameworks for combating climate change. We have a very important transnational summer school, which was also financed by the Carnegie Foundation in last years on the issue of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. And we have interesting transnational PhD programs which deals specifically with the governance of digital technologies across the geopolitical blocks. So to foster a language of co-supervision and co-control of the use of these important technologies. So I think all these initiatives not only contribute to the development of a cohesive body of transnational and international law, but may also facilitate a deeper understanding and respect for the diverse legal traditions, which are cultures from all over the world, as well as practices around the world, fostering a global community of legal scholars committing to promoting peace and justice through the rule of law. And we have many other examples of what I just want to stop here, not to take too much time.
Thank you very much for sharing those information. I think it's extremely important, the point that you raised about the clinical programs and the clinical courses where students and faculty members get to know how law operates in practice. Thank you so very much, Professor Resta. Over to you, Mr. Makan.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. And my response to this question will also come in the form of an example of quite an interesting program that we ran that was being birthed when the pandemic was at its absolute and very peak, but was actually implemented a little later, whilst the pandemic was still being considered a pandemic, but the situation had eased considerably. And this is an initiative known as the Commonwealth Virtual Exchange, which actually brought together 40 undergraduate students from 10 universities across 5 countries that participated in this program that ran over an 8-week period in 2022. The program was focused on teaching these students to address global challenges through intercultural collaboration. So exactly what we're discussing here today. We designed the program such that weeks 1 to 7 were run online, but week 8 we were able to bring the students together not as a whole cohort, but again because of the time that this was taking place in, the 8th and final week saw students come together on their own campuses, and indeed OP Jindal was part of this initiative as well, and we were privileged to have your students participate also. Now, what I wanted to highlight here is that the students that were selected for this program from each of these universities were those that would typically be underrepresented in international higher education. And therefore, we had a strong widening participation element, and universities made selections based on this main criterion. To give you very quickly some facets of the program, we had students working together in mixed groups to come together, to come up together with brilliant entrepreneurial ideas with the potential to take off in real life. So, for example, some of the business ideas that came out were an app to help empower women with better financial awareness, which is important in certain cultural contexts. We had another idea which was an enterprise called Dazzle, which was a cosmetic brand built with ethical labor and cruelty-free testing. And finally, we had another example, which was an enterprise called Scan Sustainably, which was a QR code for consumer packaging linking to recycling information of where those packages came from. So lots of interesting endeavors came from the undergraduate students that participated in this program. And when we evaluated the program, we found that 96% of participating students said that the program increased their desire to work towards the achievement of the SDGs. 96% agreed that participating improved their communication skills, their knowledge about the SDGs and virtual teamwork. And 100% of the participating universities said that they felt connected to an international community of universities as a result of their participation. So this is an example I wanted to share in some sense in response to this very pertinent question you've posed.
No, I think it is extremely important, Mr. Malkani, what you have said is the role of students and how students position themselves in this entire ecosystem, which brings me to the first question from the audience, which is again similar to what you have said right now. And I read, how can universities actively involve students in global initiatives to promote peace and prosperity? So, the floor is open. So, whoever would like to, should I follow the same order? Maybe I'll follow the same order. Professor Kasparov.
Thank you. So there's a few ways that we would look at this, I think, at Carleton. One is, and I think we hit all different levels of this. One is involving our undergraduate students, national or international students, in research projects. We have specific awards to engage undergraduate students in our core research. So they're in the labs, they're helping to support the research. We also engage them through a unique program in course development, where professors can hire a student, an undergraduate student, again, domestic or international student, to help a professor prepare a course, actually. And that gives them great insight into sort of the pedagogical methods that professors are using, as well as giving the professors great feedback on what they're doing and whether or not it actually is real world, or whether, they're sort of missing expectations. So that's on the academic side. I think we do work really hard to engage our students. But then we also work very hard to give them experiences, and those can be of two different kinds. Much like what Mr. Malkani was talking about, during the pandemic, we run virtual exchanges, but we have exchange agreements with, I would say, over 150 countries right now. So we offer our students a myriad of international experiences depending on their interests and ability. But we also recognize that as a public university, and all universities in Ontario and Canada more broadly, where we're looking at are largely, mostly for the most part, public, we also have a public access mandate. In other words, we're here to serve the public in Canada as well as internationally. And so from that angle, what we offer is also a myriad of experiences to ensure that students from underserved communities, as you were talking about, Dr. Malkani, have access to international experiences and wider experiences that they may not. So for example, we participate in a program through our funding agency, MyTax, that allows students to go on short or medium-term mobility programs. And that program in particular requires a certain number of students be differently abled, and a certain number of students come from underserved backgrounds, whether that's indigeneity or other in the Canadian context, or other underserved backgrounds. Plus, we also have additional scholarships that we run internally for all of our students who are required to go on exchanges, or we offer them a virtual exchange or course option, understanding that for some people, work or family responsibilities mean that they wouldn't necessarily be able to travel to that international experience, but that they want that international and should have that international experience. The other thing that we do is most of our students have access through their programming to co-op programming, where they actually can either work for a semester, and that can be either domestically or internationally. We offer international options as well for our co-op students, although most of them, of course, do choose to stay locally for a variety of reasons. But for those that are interested in international business experience, particularly, we offer that as well.
Thank you very much for sharing a comprehensive note of how students are engaged at your university. Just for the sake of, I've been warned that 6 minutes is left, or about 3 minutes now. So I would have 1 minute for each speaker, and if you would sort of limit your response within a minute, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll head off then, Professor Gupta. Very quickly, I guess I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we do at ACU. 25% of our undergraduate students have an international experience. That's an actual international experience. That's not including virtual international experiences as well. So by the time they graduate, a significant proportion have engaged in that. One of the reasons for the high take-up rate is that we actually have an international campus. So we have a campus in Rome. our students are encouraged to explore the opportunities to study there. They can do short courses, they can do a full semester, they can do an internship. So there's a variety of options that are available for our students to get them over to Rome, and a variety of different opportunities, including community engagement opportunities that are either required in some programs or encouraged in others. The other initiative I wanted to highlight is an Australian government initiative. It's called the New Colombo Plan, which has been very much focused around student mobility in the Asia Pacific region, which has been hugely successful. And we send significant numbers of our students to countries like Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, Fiji, Micronesia, etc. So they're going, and Timor-Leste. So they're going in quite large numbers to go and work with communities, to go and experience those communities, the lives of those communities, but also to contribute in a meaningful way to those communities. The idea also, I guess, behind something like the New Colombo Plan is, not to be too cynical, but it is around soft diplomacy as well. So it's utilizing the concept of student mobility to support an agenda for the region and to support engagement with our neighbours and engagement with countries that maybe we're not engaging with but should be more actively. So I think those sorts of initiatives are really quite critical. Like Carlton as well, we're very committed to inclusion in our programs. So we have a range of financial support products that assist students from different backgrounds in going abroad as well, because it really is quite an expensive undertaking. And many students have to give up work in order to go overseas as well. So there's a double cost for them. So we're very mindful of that. And that's also why short-term mobility programs can also be quite helpful. Also, I guess they're very helpful for students who are in specialist degree programs where there are accreditation requirements that are quite stringent. So short-term programs actually work remarkably well for those students in areas like health, teacher education, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think final 30 seconds, Professor Resta and Mr. Malkani. I would give you 20 seconds each, if I may, for your final comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we have, it's very important to include students, and we have a double strategy. The first one is fostering international exchanges through scholarship. We are the first Italian university for the number of international agreements. The second one, not least important, is internationalization at home, providing a curriculum which is taught in various languages, which touches upon global issues, so as to provide the students the keys to understand what's going on in the world and participate actively.
Thank you, Professor Resta. Malkani, final 30 seconds to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Gupta. So I'll keep it really brief and say to those listening, please have a look at two very interesting programs that we run. One is the Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarships, which enable students in Commonwealth countries that want to pursue a 2-year master's program in a low or middle income Commonwealth country. And another is an exciting program focused on marine areas known as the Ocean Country Partnership Program that is available to students in a range of different countries. So I'll stop there in the interest of time, but I've given you the names of both these programs.
Thank you so very much. Thank you to all speakers and panelists, and thank you to all the participants, Professor Kusmarov, Mr. Riley, Professor Resta, and Mr. Malkani. Of course, we have just run out of time, but I think the discussions can go on for a very long time. Thank you again for your contribution, and have a good night ahead. I know it's very early morning for Mr. Riley. So thank you again to everybody who joined, regardless of the time zone they're in. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from India. It is my absolute pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 4th edition and the 11th session of the 3-day virtual World University Summit on Universities of the Future, a global partnership for social justice and sustainable development organized by the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building, OP Jindal Global University. In the current session, we will delve into the theme of championing change beyond gender stereotypes in academia. I am Nisha Nair, Associate Professor and Associate Dean, Jindal Global Law School, and Fellow at the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at OP Jindal Global University. And it is my honor to moderate the current session and welcome the panelists. We are delighted to have with us a diverse set of esteemed speakers and thought leaders in academia from different parts of the world, including Greece, Japan, the UK, and India, to engage with this important theme. We have with us today Professor Sona Jharia Mins. Professor Mins is a professor in School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. In May 2020, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of Sidhu Kano Murmu University in Jharkhand, where she instituted Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee as per Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act 2013, Tribal Women's Studies Center in collaboration with Indian Association of Women's Studies, and a master's program on Santal Cultural Studies as a foundational course for research in tribal and indigenous cultures. Being a tribal woman from Jharkhand and a woman, besides her academic research, she engaged in issues of the tribal women and the marginalized. She completed her term as Vice Chancellor in June 2023 and is presently back at her parent university, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. Our next panelist is Professor Mara Nicolaidou. Professor Nicolaidou is a professor in the Department of Informatics and Telematics at Harokopia University of Athens since 2007. She currently serves as the rector of the university and is appointed as the representative of Greek universities in the European University Association. Her research focuses on distributed systems and complex system design. Over the last years, she has actively participated in numerous research projects funded by national, European, and international agencies on system engineering, the Internet of Things, cloud and edge computing, cyber-physical systems, and smart cities, emphasizing human-in-the-loop and autonomous systems. I welcome Professor Mara to this panel discussion. We also have with us Professor Aya Okada. She is Professor of Political Economy and Dean of the Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University. Between 2015 and 2019, as Vice Trustee of the university, she led Nagoya University's He for She initiative as one of the 10 university He for She Impact Champions selected by UN Women. Her research interests include economic and social development, regional planning, education and skills development, and gender and development. Currently, she leads a research project with Japan Society for the Promotion of Science grant on an international comparison of the promotion of gender equality in STEM fields for higher education. Welcome, and thank you for gracing us with your presence, Professor Okada. Our next illustrious panelist is Professor Margaret Topping. Professor Topping is Pro Vice Chancellor for Global Engagement at Queen's University Belfast. She's also Professor of French and Intercultural Communication, and her current research centers on debates around travel, migration and mobility, cross-cultural communication and representation, and the public value of arts and humanities. Her recent book, The Humanities Pandemic Towards an Essential Services Approach, argues for the importance of humanities in tackling global challenges such as COVID. Professor Topping is also involved in a range of social innovation initiatives, both within Queen's University and in the wider community, focused on supporting young people to achieve their potential. Welcome to the panel discussion, Professor Topping. The theme for the present panel discussion is championing change beyond gender stereotypes in academia. This concept aims to challenge and overcome deeply ingrained gender stereotypes prevalent in academic institutions, creating an inclusive environment that fosters equality, diversity, and innovation. The summit's primary objective is to initiate a global conversation that urges universities to take proactive measures to question conventional gender norms and biases that impede progress. By promoting change, the summit intends to explore effective strategies for recruiting, retaining, and advancing women in academia, recognizing the significance of diverse perspectives in shaping the future of education and research. By transcending gender stereotypes, academia can symbolize progress, inspiring positive transformation across various fields and societies. On that note, I now invite the panelists to offer their introductory remarks, beginning with Professor Sona Jharia-Mins.
I'm very pleased to be part of this illustrious panel at a very important session on gender stereotyping and beyond, especially as part of this World Universities Summit, which has been initiated and has been a trend of OP Jindal Global University in India. And the university has been taking landmark measures in certain areas. And I think having an international conversation on a topic such as this is, again, a noteworthy point. It's my honor to be part of this conversation in the next whatever number of minutes we are going to be listening to each other, and also speaking to a whole lot of people who are participating online. And this mode of participation makes the participation much wider, although at times there isn't a personal touch. But I guess post-pandemic, we have become so used to this mode. Also, it almost feels like meeting each other in person. And especially when we get to see the faces on the screen, at least now I would, to my list, I would add these 4 colleagues whom I can see and would be interacting in the next few minutes. So I think we'll make our specific comments when the questions are posed as a discussion. And I look forward to participating in this conversation, which hopefully will give us an opportunity to learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mins, for the introductory remarks. I would now request Professor Mara Nicolaidou to please share her thoughts.
It's a pleasure to be here with you today and talk a little bit about some of the initiatives about gender inclusion and policies on how to promote inclusions in the Greek universities. May I just say that although Greece is a small country in size, we have one of the biggest percentage of students in our population regarding in comparison with other European countries. And 52 of our students are women. This goes for bachelor, for masters, and PhD studies all the same. So the percentage is half men, half women in all the stages in the university. Also, almost 52% of the Greek population are women. So we believe that there is a barrier that no longer exists here in Greece, since women have a tendency to obtain university degrees in the same percentage and with the same opportunities as men. Though I would like to talk a little bit more about my field, computer science, and this is a field that the percentage of women studying in this area are one of the lowest one. 25% of our students are women. It is the second lowest one. The first one are architecture and also engineers, with a percentage of less than 20%. I believe that this is actually similar to other European countries, and what we are talking about is a national initiative to challenge students, pupils, girls, to be more involved in STEM and especially in computer science. So this is something that we are trying as a national policy. But what we have also realized is that even though 50, almost half of the students in the university are women, in leadership positions, we have much fewer women. So one of the things that we are wondering is, why is that? Is this job not an attractive one? I mean, I serve as a rector for 8 years, and I believe this is a very fulfilling job. So why not? And we are trying to investigate that. We are working close with the European University Association on the subject. And I may discuss few of the national policies we are trying to apply in order to increase the percentage of women which are actually involved in leadership position in the academia in Greece. But I believe that we can discuss about that in a later stage. So this is from me from now, and I'm looking forward hearing your thoughts on the subject as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mara, for bringing in the angle of gender disparity in terms of disciplinary engagement in higher education, wherein even though there might be a high number of women who might be pursuing higher education, but there seems to be a gap vis-a-vis their enrollment in certain disciplines, say, over others or as compared to others. So that's an important aspect that you have brought into the conversation here. And we would definitely be looking at this drop from the top with respect to why there are so few women in the senior leadership positions. So thank you for your introductory remarks. I would now request Professor Aya Okada to share her thoughts.
Yes, thank you for your kind introduction. Hello, I'm Aya Okada, Dean of the Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University, Japan. It is my great honor and pleasure to join the World Universities Summit, and in particular this session, despite that it is just after midnight in Japan. As you may know, Japan is lagging much behind other countries in terms of gender equality, as the 2023 Global Gender Gap Report published by the World Economic Forum ranked Japan 125th out of 146 nations. So we are pretty much behind. However, there has been a growing momentum to improve the situation across Japan, both in the corporate sector and in the academia. And I'm happy to note that my university, Nagoya University, has been recognized as one of the leading universities in Japan in striving to bring about changes. In fact, Nagoya University is one of the first Japanese universities that set up its own on-campus nursery school in 2006, and it is also the first Japanese university to set up its own on-campus after-school childcare center in 2009. Over the last 2 decades, Nagoya University has also introduced various measures to improve the representation of women among the student body, faculty, and in leadership positions. For example, 4 graduate schools of Nagoya University jointly created a doctoral program to train future women leaders, and the university also created a support program for female students in STEM fields. Also, limited women-only PI positions, principal investigator positions, have been created in STEM fields where the underrepresentation of female faculty members is very serious. Based on these experiences of the university, in 2015, when UN Women launched a global movement called He4She to promote gender equality worldwide, Nagoya University was selected as one of the 10 Impact Champion universities. We were only one of the 2 universities from Asia. In my capacity as a vice trustee of the university, I was the lead for He4She at Nagoya University. And also I have been involved in various initiatives to promote gender equality at the university and the national level. Joining He4She as an impact champion has helped the university to step up its efforts to improve the representation of women in the faculty as well as in the leadership by raising awareness regarding unconscious bias, particularly among male leaders, by breaking gender stereotypes, and by taking institutional approaches such as setting numeric targets. Nonetheless, we still have many challenges, and it is still a long way to go before gender equality will be achieved at my university. So only a few months ago, we finally achieved 20% as the female faculty ratio. However, this number is much lower for STEM disciplines such as science, engineering, and medicine. On a personal note, as Professor Naya introduced, I have been leading a research project with financial support from the JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, on an international comparative study of the promotion of gender equality in STEM fields of higher education. So I'm so interested in the topic of this session, and I would love to learn from other distinguished speakers, and I look forward to the discussion that follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Okada, for sharing some of the concrete measures that Nagoya University has taken to bring in, or rather increase gender parity in the university. Now I would request Professor Margaret Topping to share her remarks.
Hello, everyone, and many thanks for the invitation to be here. Delighted to be in this session as well. A few opening comments. I guess I start from a position of some optimism, given that more and more women are now leading in universities. We know that Harvard University had its first female president until recently, Professor Drew Gilpin-Faust. Oxford also had its first female VC, Professor Louise Richardson. But as Professor Faust said, by way of a challenge to an interviewer who described her as the woman president of Harvard, she said, "I'm not the woman president of Harvard, I'm the president of Harvard." So there is still a sense of exceptionality about women being in these roles, and there shouldn't be. Women belong in all places where decisions are being made, and it shouldn't be that women are the exception. And certainly many feminist advocates such as Sheryl Sandberg, are looking to the future with some optimism. She talks about how in the future there will be no female leaders, there will just be leaders. So in the university context in the UK, the Athena Swan Charter has been a key mechanism for creating the conditions for gender equality and increasing female leadership in universities. My own university has just been awarded an Athena Swan Gold Award, and it's only the second university in the UK to have achieved that after. So just a few words on that for anyone who's not familiar with it. Athena Swan was set up in 2005 as a national charter that was aimed at recognising the advancement of gender equality, particularly in STEM subjects. In 2015, it was expanded to recognise work in arts, humanities and social sciences, business and law, and also to support colleagues in professional and support services. So it looks at a wide range of issues from representation of women at all levels and participation in decision making. It looks at promotion for women more generally, the journey through career milestones. It also looks at how we create an inclusive working environment for all staff. And there have now been new equality charters set up in other countries, including, I believe, one in India called GATI, Gender Advancement for Transforming Institutions, which is linked to Athena Swan. Some of the initiatives that my own university have put in place, and we can talk further about those, but it is flexible policies on things like family leave, even recently flexible policies on menopause, fertility treatment leave, mentoring programs for academic and professional services staff to support progression, academic progression workshops for women, action plans to address the gender pay gap in the professoriate, diversity and unconscious bias training, reviewing of recruitment materials to make sure we get top female applicants coming forward, ensuring we have gender balance on recruitment panels, gender balance on leadership teams, and we have explicit targets for all of those. Also looking at maybe softer measures, such as how we celebrate and champion women through prestigious public lectures, even through portrait commissions. 5 years ago, we had a Great Hall in the university. The Great Hall was full of portraits of men. It is now proactively full of more portraits of women who have contributed in leadership. And I think a key part has also been ensuring that there is absolute governance of all of this, and that at the highest level of the university, it is being supported and driven. So our Deputy Vice-Chancellor has equality and diversity inclusion in his or her portfolio. And we have seen significant impacts in terms of representation, percentage increase in female professors, percentage increase in promotions outcomes for women. We have our first female Chancellor. At senior level, we have 3 male and 3 female Pro-Vice-Chancellors, and so on. But we're not sitting back and becoming complacent. The Gold Award also includes a very, very robust plan. And on a slightly less optimistic note, I wanted to say that these are very significant, quantifiable measures, percentage increases. But I'd also like to say that gender is not a number, and targets and percentages increases don't always capture the insidious gender biases that can still persist in our universities. And I think, ironically, for me, those persist precisely those areas where charters like Athena Swan have seen us have most improvements, and that's at senior leadership level. So I think we still do have unconscious biases around women who don't fit with conventional gender stereotypes and expectations. Voicing strong opinions can lead to women being cast as aggressive or intimidating. Women are also still cast in gender stereotypical roles, having responsibility for well-being, pastoral care. And somewhere in between, we sometimes have a concern for female representation that can feel a little bit tokenistic. So we need to have a woman in a photo or a woman attending a dinner. These are unconscious biases. And sometimes they come not just from men, but from women, all of whom would be horrified to believe that they were displaying those biases. But that's what we really need to tackle. And that, for me, is the really tough work that lies ahead. We have to be courageous, willing to be vulnerable, and to tackle uncomfortable truths about ourselves. And I think, for me, this is the next big challenge for us. It's those unconscious biases. I think that's our key focus going forwards, as is the complex, nuanced question of intersectionality, so gender interacting with race, sexual orientation, class, other protected characteristics. I'm currently writing a book on awkwardness, and I'm particularly focused on women who make people feel awkward because they don't conform to normative conceptions of what women should be and how they should behave. faced with awkwardness, our reaction is sometimes it's either to reject it or to flee from it. I'm arguing that we have to resist those urges to reject or to flee. We have to sit in the awkwardness, not run away from it. Look at ourselves, question why this person is making us feel awkward and what biases on our own parts might be coming into play. That's the challenge for us, I think. It's not one we can tackle easily with a quantifiable target for improvement. But then again, as I said, gender is not a number. Just some initial thoughts.
Thank you, Professor Toppings, for bringing in those interesting ideas, particularly the idea that women belong at all places. And I think that would be a shift in the thought process, which can propel dealing with many of these unconscious biases, which Professor Okada also referred to, and then you. And we would, as the conversation today progresses, be more interested in hearing about what the measures that your university has taken to sort of reduce the gender pay gap and to have policies in hiring to the effect that there is a greater gender diversity and parity in hiring and promotion of women, in particularly to senior positions. So with that, I think it is time to now proceed to have a look at some of the questions that emerges in the context of the current theme. So one of the things that, or rather question that we would like the panel to consider is how in this male-dominated field of academia, where women often faces challenges when it comes to, say, gaining visibility and recognition for their contribution, it is crucial to take measure to ensure that women are given the recognition that they deserve, while also combating the unconscious bias, the gender stereotypes that limit these opportunities for them. What steps do you think can be taken to achieve this important goal? I would request Professor Mintz to perhaps begin this conversation.
As in the introduction, Professor Nair, you had introduced that for the very short term of 3 years, a short period of 3 years term that I was a vice chancellor in one of the very far-flung universities in the hinterland, which is more populated by the indigenous, in our country we call tribal, but indigenous communities. Yeah, and it was not, I mean, I don't know whether it was a system or systematic issue that one didn't know. The previous administrations had never thought of having an anti-sexual harassment committee, cell, or an infrastructure as integral part of a university, although it's been mandated to have one. And so for me as a vice chancellor to work that through in a, again, needless to say, a male-dominated setup was a bit of negotiation to do. And so, I mean, some of these, what I'm trying to state is that although we do from our regulatory bodies, such as in India, we have Universities Grants Commission, or, you know, even when it becomes almost a law to have safety at workplace through a law, these instructions and the measures are ignored. And so it actually takes women to, women leaders, unless women leaders take it up, I think it doesn't happen, because the bottom-up approach, it's so difficult, it's so easy to subside the voices that come from beneath. And so one is to, I think, if the universities are made to answer whether they have XYZ measures, because these provisions are not a law or rule, but these are to ensure safety and towards equality. And it all also begins at the entry in higher education, and therefore, unless there are more women students in higher education, I think it becomes difficult, or it becomes easy to shrug these compliances off. And even as it was being said by Professor Mara, that there are certain subject or disciplines where the women are less in number enrolling in higher education. Now, it could also be that there has been this spatial or a geographical marginalization, where certain subjects are actually not taught in school. And so there isn't a uniform distribution of all subjects, and therefore they do not, the opportunity to study these subjects at a school level itself is lost. And in India being a very complex society, to reach higher education, it's required to complete school education. And there are a wide number of pockets a large number of pockets in India where girls students after the age of, let's say, 12, they drop out of school just to get engaged in domestic work, or, I'm sorry to say, but this is a reality, child marriage before they can legally be married. And so in such a complexity, it becomes very, very difficult to also for that the base to get widened from school and enter higher education. However, the university where I was, there was a large number of women students, and so it became easy for me to institute some of those measures. But I'm very proud to also say I am at a university, my parent university in New Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, was one of the first in the country to have a committee against sexual harassment, and which became a model for many universities to have. And so I think, but I want to at this time, although I guess I'm overshooting time, in July 2023, there was a conclave of women vice chancellors deliberating on how to promote women leadership in higher education. I am my term has ended and therefore I didn't get to participate, but such deliberations must take place where there are also men around. It need not be just the women talking about it, you see. And so there were 70, the reports say that there were 75 women vice chancellors from the country out of 1,500 universities, which is a very grim number. I was, since in India, we've got these complexities of, marginalized communities, and there are scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. And we did a head count, and we were just 4 coming from the marginalized castes and 4 coming from the tribes. I was the only woman out of these 8 out of 1,500 universities. So it's a challenge how equality at various segments and various fronts must be brought in, equal opportunity must be brought in, and thereafter we can take care of other things too. I mean, because the bottom needs to be strong foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mins, for highlighting the complexities of dealing with this question of gender in the Indian context, depending upon where you're located in the country, and how it could be starkly different in, say, a region such as Jharkhand vis-a-vis, say, New Delhi. And again, I mean, your point on how there's a need for men to be equally involved and engaged with these questions. I mean, it also ties up to the He for She initiative that Professor Aya Okada has been a part of. So thank you for bringing those important points to this discussion. With that, I would request Professor Nicolado to share her thoughts.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like also to emphasize that this approach, the bottom-up approach, is crucial because, first of all, you have to actually open the university doors to everybody. And you have to provide education for everybody. And this is a basis you can build any other policy. Because education is not an obligation, it's a right. It's a right for everybody. And the first thing we should advocate for is this. Others will follow. In some countries, things are progressing very quickly. In other ones, slowly. But what we should actually take care of in a global scale is that everyone should see that progress. How we react in the university has to do with how we mature in the society. So even in the universities, we are a reflection of the society or the country we are living in. We have the same virtues, and we also have the same narrow-minded mindset of the society we live in. But at the same time, we should also act as an example for the society to follow. So it is crucial, first of all, to ensure that female students do not drop out and they participate in the same, let's say, percentage in all the levels of education, bachelor, master, and PhD degrees. So in some sense, they may face equal opportunities. And the most important thing about that is to empower the individual. And this is an initiative that we have taken in Harkopy University of Athens, and we have promoted it for 3 years. Now we see this as a national initiative. And this has to do with a series of workshops for students and staff, the same, on empowerment. How to deal with the unconscious bias. How to make people feel stronger to stand against it. Because in many situations, somebody may feel not comfortable enough, but usually they don't say anything about it. They still think about it when they are on their own, they feel upset, but they are not expressing these, let's say, feelings. So for us, it was important to start, let's say, it is a workshop. This runs all over the year in the university. Actually, to make all kinds of people feel comfortable enough to actually say to someone, okay, I believe that here in this case, there is a bias from you towards me, and I have the right to express my feelings. And maybe it's a small misunderstanding, maybe it is not, but still this is the start to make people realize how we feel for each other. And this was something that actually worked pretty well in our university. And let me say something about policies on hiring. We have decided to promote a gender balance policy for every call to hire new staff. Because if you talk about STEM in Greece, let's say in this case, only 10% of the applicants used to be women. But if we turn things around, you should know that 80% of the law students in Greece are female. And in this case, when you start hiring, the situation is, let's say, different. It is the opposite one. You have a lot of, let's say, female applicants and less male applicants. So we started such a policy. And what we realized is that if you have a hiring policy and you say, okay, if you have a call, then you should look for candidates. To ensure some gender balance, then what we have realized over the last 3 years that we have established the policy is that the percentage of female when hiring STEM or the different situation around has been improved. Because if you give people a chance, usually you can find very good candidacies. What we also talk about is ways to promote, let's say, a family. I mean, if we have a candidate which is really strong for a university and especially in regional parts of Greece, then we can actually find ways to make easier for the family to come along and ensure jobs in the area. And this was a way to empower, let's say, regional universities in their hiring policy, which was equally important. We believe that these policies actually may improve the rates in the long time. And at the same time, they don't impose, let's say, differences by themselves. Because I do not want to be the female rector of Harkopoulos University. I am the rector of Harkopoulos University, and I believe this is true for everybody in any position. And I would like to have a final remark. We are who we are. We are individuals. And in Greece, we believe that each individual has value. And there are a lot of ways to describe an individual. First of all, we have to listen to how the individual describes themselves. And then we have to realize that their virtues and their capabilities, in many cases, have nothing to do with the sex or any other way we may discriminate themselves. So this is the way to move forward. And we realize that this is difficult, but I believe that this is a policy that we should stick to and try the best for a better future, a more sustainable future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nicolaidou, for highlighting the importance of creating an enabling environment for any effort towards attaining gender parity to be fulfilled, considering, I mean, for women in particularly, and when they're looking for education or when they are considering a job, there are other aspects also which intervenes with their ability to either continue the education or even work towards establishing a career for themselves. So thank you for bringing that thought to this discussion. Now, I would like to pose another question to the panelists, and this is regarding the gender disparity in the area of research funding and, say, position or opportunities in leadership role within academia. So what are some of the innovative ways or successful strategies that the universities can have implemented or can implement to address and overcome these issues? I would request Professor Okada to respond.
Thank you. In terms of leadership positions, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Professor Topping on the gold medal of Athenas 1. I have studied a lot about Athenas 1. And actually, I visited some British universities last year, and I learned that as Athenas 1 was very, very important for making changes. And upon my return, actually, I talked to provost of my university that including women in the panel, equity, inclusion, equity, diversity, inclusion officers should be present in the hiring and promotion of promotion panel. And now we are introducing this as a new measure, which is that we have two-step hiring panels. One is at the school level, graduate school level, and the second is institution level, at the university level, headed by the provost of the university. So now we are introducing a new rule that at the second stage of recruitment and also promotion process, women should be present as part of the panels. So that I hope this would be important to promote women in full professor positions and leadership positions. Also, in terms of the top leadership, we have a rule that 20% of the Education and Research Governing Council, which is the apex decision-making body of the university, to have women as 20% should be women in the council, so that women should be involved in the top decision-making process. Also, in terms of the hiring, in terms of research funds, we have some sub rule at the university that having more women in the higher positions, some incentives would be given to the school as well as the individuals who are hired or promoted. Another measure is, as I mentioned earlier, we have created female-only PI positions, principal investigator positions, which means that in terms of applying for a research funding, usually women have less visibility, but having this experience as PI, principal investigators, women can be in a position to lead research projects. So also we have in terms of earlier we discussed the number may not be so important, but in our case, since we still need to lead to the threshold, so we have numeric targets in terms of different levels of faculty positions. So each school each school is required to make annual target, and if your school achieves the targets, you get some kind of financial support from the university. So this incentive scheme seems to be working to motivate male leaders of various graduate schools to hire more women in different categories, in different positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Okada, for sharing such interesting strategies that your institution has adopted, and it seemed to have come to fruition in the context of your work. So I would request Professor Margaret Topping to now please elucidate her thoughts.
Hi, yes, thank you. I mean, I'm very struck by the fact that targets do drive behaviors. And I think that is, whilst we would hope that a culture of equality would emerge organically, I absolutely agree that targets do drive the behaviors, and that's what the Athena Swan process in the UK really encourages us to do. I entirely agree with all the colleagues who have talked about that need for the grassroots and the bottom-up approach, but I think it needs to be combined also with a top-down approach, and that is about very visible leadership and drive that is ensuring that this is on the agenda. So, for example, we have our Deputy Vice-Chancellor has EDI in his remit. It is clear that he has to deliver on that. But even then, in terms of the grassroots, I think what's so important is to have a very structured and deliberate approach there. So, for instance, what the Swan Charter encourages us to do is have a network of champions in each academic school. And interestingly, I think someone made the comment about it can't just be women who are doing this. A large number of those Swan champions are now men. And I agree entirely, it can't just be women talking about women. We're not going to change hearts and minds unless we have men involved as well. But then within that, I said, I want to talk about very deliberate, very structured. we do the same things. It's the hard measures around the targets, as well as the softer measures around, visibility of women. But some of the targets it's been looking at things like our recruitment materials. Well, I should say in terms of grassroots and embedding at grassroots, every single policy that is created in the university, whether it's at school level or institutional, has to be equality screened to ensure that it's not unintentionally working against any women or indeed any protected group. But in terms of targets, it is things like making sure that our recruitment materials are appropriately attracting women, and that's particularly in kind of research and academic posts. And we have a target to try to hit 40% of applicants from applications from women. Our recruitment panels themselves we are aiming for equal gender balance on the recruitment panels, but certainly at least 33% women. In terms of training, again, equality and diversity training, we're aiming for 95% completion. We're aiming for gender balance on our faculty executive boards. We have not hit all of these targets, but I think the targets themselves focus minds on the behaviours. And I think we have moved to a place where there is an awareness of that. So I'm very much in favour of the sorts of targets that other colleagues have put in place and that we have done in the UK through the Athena Swan. My concern is sometimes that if we always can say, yay, we've done a great job in this target, it takes us away from the rather more kind of insidious unconscious biases issues, because we can always say, well, look, we've hit that target, so we have no problem here. So it's that balancing of the targets driving the behaviour, but hopefully subtly changing the culture so that those less tangible issues that I highlighted before and that we've all talked about also begin to disappear. So yes, I think top down and bottom up, structured and deliberate, and absolutely targets all the way.
Thank you, Professor Margaret Toppings. In fact, I think the panel would agree with you here that the top-down and bottoms-up approach in this context is crucial, and to have policies and processes in place which is more gender aware and is consciously working towards eliminating bias is definitely the way to go, which would only happen if there is a heightened awareness amongst the stakeholders of the university, both at the top and the bottom, about how they need to proceed to fight gender disparity. All right, so at this point, we should consider taking a few questions from the audience. So one of the questions that we have here, it speaks to the aspect of intersectionality and diversity, two themes which did come up in the course of this conversation. So the question is, intersectionality plays a crucial role in understanding the diverse experience within academia. How can universities effectively incorporate intersectional perspectives into their diversity and inclusion initiatives to address the unique challenges faced by women from marginalized background? I would request Professor Mintz to share her thoughts.
I think this is a very, very important question, and it has been very intelligently drafted, and such deep questions which have emerged to be at least articulated in times such as ours has taken a long time. And I think a question that has been articulated so deeply cannot be answered, just in few words. And I think this leads to a very, very sincere, committed engagement, and especially in a country like ours. And even it is not going to be dissimilar in other cultures, wherever there are these ethnic issues, as well as it's so, just talking about gender, as I do agree with Professor Topping that it's not about numbers, but but setting up targets is as important, because otherwise we don't get anywhere. So likewise, intersectionalities help us see the shades of the problem. But I think from the intersection and the way that I feel, I mean, I'm a mathematics student, and I'm sure Professor Mara would not disagree with me. The intersection not only has the issues, but could also have those characteristics which can actually be turned into the strength, or even be the core for resistance, why women or people of various genders have continued to sustain, though unjust and unfair treatment has been meted out to them. And so I think the topics such as these require a deeper analysis based on very serious research, and also come out with publications such as the book Professor Topping mentioned. And so it requires a lot of more sincere, committed, deep engagements to answer this question.
Yes, couldn't agree more with you there, Professor Mintz. Professor Toppings, any thoughts? Professor, you're on mute.
Apologies. I can just give a few insights into the work that we have started on intersectionality, and it's at an earlier stage, certainly from the pure gender equality work that has been quite well established. But we have now set up a race equality charter, kind of set of ambitions in the university as well, and are taking on similar principles as those that we've used for gender equality. Again, we have a senior academic sponsor, especially myself. We have champions, race equality champions in every single school. And where we have been at the moment is really to start with assessing, getting the data, because there are myths around participation from minority ethnic groups. And we want to understand, how many are applying for promotion, how many are successful. And then we're also starting to segment that data in terms of gender. So this is, as a colleague was saying, this is going to be a kind of a very long piece of work, even for us to start to get the data that allows us to understand what are the facts here around participation and what are the myths. So that piece of work now is probably only a couple of years in progress, but it is already starting to show key areas where are women from a minority ethnic background more likely to apply for promotion? Are they more or less likely to succeed? And on the back of that, for the first time this year, we've been well established for a number of years in providing mentoring support and also academic progression workshops for women academics. We've now started doing that, and we're requested to do that this year from our staff from other ethnic minority backgrounds. Again, to dispel myths, to actually show some of the stats around the likelihood of being promoted and whether there are particular problems there. But we have a long way to go. Part of our action plan for the Athena Swan Gold Award is to start looking at that intersectionality in a much more focused way. So we've started with race and gender, but I think sexual orientation and gender is another key one that we need to look at. So just to reiterate the points, that there is a lot of work for us to do and no simple answers. And I think that is the key point to make here, that we have got to be very, very careful about how we handle some of these very complex issues. But what we're doing is starting using the same principles as Athena Swan, and it's been a very good framework, but then starting to begin to see where do the intersections happen, but with it being careful not to make kind of casual assumptions around that. So yes, we need quite some more work on that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Toppings, for that response. Quickly, I would request Professor Nicolaou to share any closing remarks.
Well, on the subject, I believe Margaret said it all. But what I would like to add is that inclusion, it's a mindset. It's a way of looking things. So they are, okay, you have promoters and champions, but still, this is something that you have to learn to live with. It's like sustainability. It's not something that you do once. It's the way you think about the people around you. It's a way of life. So I believe that this is a constant struggle. So we have to work hard to improve ourselves. This is something that we have learned to do as scientists, as researchers. And this is what we should do for inclusion and empowerment of all the individuals at any level. And I believe that the universities should be, let's say, the champions, or I would say better at the front end of this, the leaders of the society. So we should actually think of that as something that is equally important as our research profile. And I believe that it should be accounted for all the rankings and the ratings the universities are participating in.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nicolado, for bringing in that beautiful thought that inclusion is a mindset. So I think all the panelists here agree that to eradicate this bias, there is a need for all of us to drive our attention towards shaping this mindset that will then come up with ideas and strategies which would lead universities and humanity at large to attain a state where all genders are equally celebrated with equality and equity in opportunity. So on that note, I thank all the panelists for this enriching an important discussion, suggesting ideas and strategies that has worked for them for others to learn from in order to create a more gender inclusive environment and adopt an approach to attain greater gender parity, a greater gender equality, a more equal world. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Can we start? All right. Thank you so much. Very good evening from India, and good morning and good afternoon to all our distinguished panelists who joined us for this very important panel on university, industry, government, community partnership, the multi-stakeholder collaborations for sustainable development as part of our 3-day hybrid World University Summit, which is being organized by the OP Jindal Global University. This is indeed the 4th edition of this summit, and we are glad that we are joined by some senior university leaders and administrators as part of this panel, which is going to discuss on the prospects and problems and opportunities pertaining to multi-stakeholder collaborations for sustainable development. We have with us for this particular panel Ms. Beth Button, who is the Director, External Affairs, the Association of Commonwealth Universities, United Kingdom. We are also joined by Professor Dr. Edward Peck, who is Vice Chancellor and President of the Nottingham Trent University, United Kingdom. We are also joined by Professor Eduardo Penalver, who is the President of the Seattle University, United States of America. And we also have with us Professor Julian Rodriguez, who is Rector of the Austral University in Argentina, Buenos Aires. And my name is Sridhar Patnaik, and I'm a professor and registrar of the OP Jindal Global University, and I will be moderating this particular session on multi-stakeholder partnerships. Well, it is obvious to all of us about the importance of such partnerships, particularly when we are talking about universities, because universities as part of a very important social ecosystem, they form the vital components of local and regional environments, and they stand at the intersection of knowledge creation, dissemination, and application. Therefore, collaborating with industry, government, and community organizations, universities are uniquely positioned in order to sort of, facilitate and catalyze positive change in a complex world where economies and societies have internationalized. And as we are all aware, people are also increasingly linked across borders through various phenomena, including markets and formal and other semi-formal networks, and politics and capital and other media networks as well. So considering the interconnectedness and the interdependence, all these social challenges, they call for a kind of a collaborative action. And in this very particular context, the Sustainable Development Goals, they have formed a kind of a universal call to collaborative action in order to address some of the social and economic challenges, protect the planet, and to ensure that people enjoy peace and prosperity as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals build on the successes of the Millennium Development Goals, while including new areas such as climate change, economic inequality, innovation, sustainable consumption, peace and justice, amongst other challenges, which are priorities for the society at large to address these challenges. Therefore, when we talk of these challenges, we are setting ourselves on an ambitious and an interconnected global development agenda that needs or envisions a new global partnership. And that's the context in which, the multi-stakeholder partnerships between businesses, non-governmental organizations, the civil society at large, and higher educational institutions, and other intergovernmental organizations and actors, they become so crucial in achieving or in sort of, trying to harness these goals. But however, while these are all opportunities, we also do have challenges when we talk about multi-stakeholder partnerships, because they are unique in both character as well as substance, because a collaboration between stakeholders who are besieged with a common problem, but they do have different interests or perspectives or even access to resources and even the method or approach to understand a problem. Therefore, this particular session is going to give us an opportunity to delve into the critical role that multi-stakeholder partnerships can play in advancing social progress and enabling the transfer of knowledge and even informing policy making and addressing community needs. And as we talk about universities and the role of universities, needless to say, they're so very symbiotically connected to the society around us. And this particular panel is now going to address some of the challenges and the way in which this particular relationship can take place between university and the other actors as part of the larger society. So we have in this panel global university leaders and administrators who will discuss some of the strategies for overcoming the challenges, including other challenges like funding constraints and differing priorities to maximize the impact of university, industry, government, community collaborations. And our panelists, they also bring with them a wealth of experience in terms of leading universities in the UK, in the USA, and Argentina, and even representing an inter-university consortium body like the Association of Commonwealth Universities. So we are hoping that they're going to offer us with diverse geographical and institutional contexts, while even offering us with invaluable insights into the challenges and opportunities for these collaborative partnerships. So throughout our session, we will explore questions around these collaboration challenges, and we will also try to understand how universities can leverage the resources and expertise to address some of the complex societal challenges, and what strategies can be employed to foster inclusive, equitable partnerships that prioritize sustainability and social justice. So before we embark any further, with these introductory remarks as a point of departure, I would like to raise a question to all the panelists in terms of understanding why should industry and academia collaborate, and in your experience, what benefits have you seen coming out of such collaborations in the context of sustainable development goals. So we will go to each of the panelists present here, starting with Beth Button, and then we will go to Professor Edward Peck and Professor Eduardo and Professor Rodriguez, and then we will continue with the conversation. So over to you, Beth.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for convening such an important panel. At the Association of Commonwealth Universities, the role of international collaboration in higher education is a really core part of our mission, and we really see the bringing together of industry stakeholders, governments, and our member universities really key to the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we do that really in a number of ways through the networks that we convene and the advocacy that we do on behalf of our members with governments, but also we design programs that really look at embedding the kind of connections between industry and knowledge exchange in the Sustainable Development Goals. But I think to your question, the why they should collaborate and the benefits that we've seen, particularly for the Sustainable Development Goals, we wanted to understand as the ACU in what ways university partnerships really contributed to the Sustainable Development Goals. So we undertook some research a few years ago that found that university partnerships are one of the kind of most important and effective ways of really translating impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, and actually that those partnerships can be more effective and cost efficient for donors and a more impactful form of partnership than single university or kind of single partnership outputs. So I think really and I think what we were trying to really understand by this was how, university partnerships, whether that's with industry, with governments, or with others, are often kind of put as central to the SDGs. But what is it about those that really are effective and impactful? And I think we've been able to sort of find evidence in this, that universities and businesses can find within partnerships with universities, the multi-stakeholder partnerships that we have are one of the most effective ways, partly because universities are really well connected, and the Sustainable Development Goals require that interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approaches. So having universities that act as a real kind of focal point to that delivers real value add to governments and others. And they are more effective, partly because they enable the mobilization of resources and complement each other's experience and expertise. But they also reduce that sort of financial and project management risk and increase the prospect of future funding. So I think there can be real benefits, not just in the kind of teaching and learning, in the research, commercialization, and that, but actually in looking at higher education partnerships as being a kind of really effective mechanism for garnering wider, longer term sustainable impact through those projects as well.
Thank you so much, Beth. Over to you, Professor Edward Peck, and then we go around the virtual table, if I may say so.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I thought I'd tell you a short story to illustrate why I think business collaborates universities around these stakeholder partnerships. From our point of view at Nottingham Trent University, we were founded in 1843 as the Nottingham Government School of Design. And it was, as the name suggests, set up by government because they were concerned about the level of skills and innovation in the textiles industry. So we've been at this for over 175 years. And while we have now a very global university with staff and students from 160 countries, at our heart, I think, we still look to these partnerships as fundamental to what we do. And I think we've learned 4 things over the last few years about how you make these partnerships successful. And I think the first thing is we have to understand and be guided by the needs and priorities of our partners. The second is we have to go to them. We have to go to where they are in terms of locality to make it really accessible for them. We have to deliver for them. So if we're going to do something, we have to have the ability to deliver it. At the same time, we have to deliver for ourselves. There has to be something in this for the university, which makes it worth our while and our time. And fourthly, and crucially for me, we have to mobilize the commitment and enthusiasm of our university colleagues. Because without that, none of these partnerships are going to work. They have to believe there is something about this partnership that speaks to what they think is their personal motivation and the social mission of the organization. So my example is a quick one. It's based in a town called Mansfield, an old coal mining town in Nottinghamshire, about 20 kilometres from our campus up the road. Very high levels of deprivation, very low levels of skills acquisition. So about 5 years ago, we were thinking about this. We realised that in this town, it had the lowest level of social mobility of virtually any town in the United Kingdom. And we're a university that's driven by helping people transform their lives through education. Now, we didn't think that sorting out Mansfield was our responsibility, but it was a challenge to us. Why was it in our own backyard? The town of 250,000 people had such low levels of educational attainment. So we went and held a stakeholder conference convened by the local authority, by the district council, and said, what would it look like to transform Mansfield? And what would be the contribution our university could make? And that was civic agencies, it was businesses, it was NGOs and ourselves. And they said quite clearly, you could turn Mansfield into a university town. That would be just one single thing that would transform the prospects of young people and older people in our town. And why they said that was they wanted accessible courses, not just physically, but psychologically accessible courses for local people who have no experience of university, to let them get the higher level skills that local employers needed and was crying out for and saying, we can't get people to work in our companies in the town, to enable them to get those jobs and then put their salaries back into the local economy and then to act as role models for their children and their neighbours about a different way of thinking about their future as higher educated people in their town. So to do this, we started off by creating a campus on a further education college site. Very unusual for a university to move into a building on a FE college site, but we did it because it was the right thing to do. It was the right place to be. It was right in the middle of town, and people knew that was a safe environment to go and study. And today we have 600 students, mostly local, mostly mature, people from the town, studying engineering, construction, computing, nursing, and these courses map directly onto the skills needs of local employers, which they've told us very explicitly. If you give people these skills, we will employ them. And that is what's starting to happen. So that connection is built in the fundamental design. And along the way, because we've aligned our priorities with those of the local authority, the business, the college, we've generated something like £75 million of additional investment in facilities for innovation skills in the town, because we have the capacity to write bids. We know what government wants when they read a bid, whereas local agencies didn't. And we've also, of course, invested our own money in Mansfield, of which more in a second. But what this tells us, in the 2020s, we're doing a gain in Mansfield, generating investment and transformation in the way our founders achieved this in Nottingham in the 1840s. Now, we've delivered for our partners, but also we've delivered for ourselves. It's been reputationally very, very advantageous to us when this work is talked about considerably in government and in opposition. We have new facilities, and crucially, there's an income stream. So we invested an amount of money, around about £5 million, as it happens. And over the next 10 years, we'll see a return. We'll get our money back and we'll get a surplus as time goes by. But crucially, it played to what our colleagues thought the university was for. They think the university is about transforming people's lives for education, and this is doing that in a place where the opportunity wasn't there before. We got massive sign-up, massive ownership, and massive commitment to making this happen. So I hope that practical example gives you a flavour of how we've gone about it and what these multi-stakeholder partnerships can do, in this case, for a deprived community.
Thank you so much for those interesting insights, Professor Edward Peck. Now I will request Professor Penalver to share his thoughts and reflections.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to participate, and it's the morning here, so good morning to everyone, and good evening to those in India. Sustainability is really a core value for Seattle University. We are a Jesuit university, founded in 1891, obviously located here in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, and so sustainability and building a sustainable future is, we see it as a core moral commitment of the university, and something that we're known for, both in terms of the educational programs that we offer, but also the way that we operate our campus. If we're going to make progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, if we're going to build a more sustainable future, there are really, I think, two things that are going to be essential to that. One, I mean, there are many things, but at least two things that are relevant to this discussion. I think one is technological innovation. We're going to need new technologies that can help us live more sustainably, and we're going to need educated citizens who understand the challenges and the imperative of building a sustainable future. And I think universities have essential roles to play in both of those projects. And in thinking about how to achieve those goals, collaboration with industry, I think, is an important strategy for universities to deploy, and there are a number of reasons for that. One, and we see this all around us here in Seattle, right? We've got within 20 miles the headquarters of Microsoft and Amazon, companies that are on the cutting edge of AI development. We have around us outposts of Google and Facebook. This is an interesting time, in that the most innovative technology right now does not exist on university campuses, and I don't think that's been true in our lifetimes, really, until the last few years. If you think about the major innovations of the 20th century, they really began on university campuses and with university research, obviously backed by the government, but not in the private sector for the most part. And now the private sector has access to technology that is just doesn't exist on universities. And so if you want to understand that technology, if you want your students to have access to that technology, there need to be partnerships with industry to make that possible. Beyond that, there's just a great deal of expertise and experience rooted in industry that we want our students to be able to access, and we can only gain that by partnering with industry. And then finally, we need to be aligned. It's important that the way we're preparing our students be aligned with the challenges that industry is facing, whether it be about sustainability or otherwise. And if we get too far out of alignment, then the skills that we're giving to our students will be wasted. So it's access to that technology, access to expertise and experience rooted in practice, and the need to maintain alignment. All counsel in favor of strong relationships with industry in pursuit of these two ways of addressing the challenge of sustainability. Universities excel at innovative research, and I think as Jesuit universities, we're very focused on translational research and research that will have impact. And so partnering with industry to generate relevant research is an important strategy, and the ability of our students to participate in that research as undergraduates or graduate students it really sets the stage for the development of the kinds of technologies that we'll need to become more sustainable. And then the students who are not directly engaged in research, but who are learning about the challenges of sustainable development and are able to do that in ways that are connected to practical problems that are brought to us by industry, are going to be more informed citizens, and I think throughout their lives and their careers, able to guide the organizations that they become part of, the communities that they participate in towards a more sustainable future. So I think that it's not the only strategy, but partnering with industry is a very important strategy for universities to be pursuing, and a way to connect ourselves to our local communities in support of the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you so much for those thoughtful reflections, Professor Penalver. We'll get back to some of the pointers that you had touched upon, particularly connecting innovation with funding and so on and so forth. But before that, I would like to bring in Professor Rodriguez from Austral University to share his experiences about the benefits that they have seen coming out of collaborations in the context of Sustainable Development Goals. Over to you, Professor Rodriguez.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning for Eduardo, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. First, I want to congratulate Jindal Global University for the summit and the subjects that are being discussed or will be next discussed. I consider this conversation, these discussions are key for understanding deeply the university role in the 21st century, that clearly has a shift according new context, new technologies, new society demands, new actors in the development of knowledge, etc. And second, I want to thank the invitation for being part of this panel. Thank you, Professor Padnek. And of course, thanks to the other panelists. I'm very grateful sharing with you this panel and this time. I would like to begin with a different approach of this topic that for me is a border condition of interaction of universities with industry or society in general. I consider the base the solid ground over we could build, construct the building of healthy relationship between us as universities and our stakeholders, of course, industry, governments, a building that acts as an enabler of a lot of collaborative work with them, very necessary. Research, transference, trainee, etc. And the base of that building, I'm using the figure of the building, is confidence. Confidence. To be trustworthy as organization. We as universities have the capacity and the responsibility of being a place and a space of encounter, of meeting between different actors of society, of the community, where the self-interest is not above the common interest of the community. And maybe someone is wondering how could we generate this confident climate. And my response, my experience, is that the way is being very respectful to the engagement of the university in the search of the truth, in the looking for the truth, of course, within our capacity and the human limitation, the science limitation. More compromise with this search, more the confidence towards society we could generate. According to Edelman Trust Barometer, in 2023, 77% of the population of Argentina, my country, trust in the researchers. The highest level of confidence between different options. According to other survey, at the beginning of 2023, 75% of population of my country trust in universities. Meanwhile, the same number distrust of the justice system, for example. 74% distrust of labor unions, and so on. So, these are good news for my country universities. I imagine that probably these numbers may be repeat in other countries or other regions or continents. But it's a responsibility too for us as universities. A great opportunity to have strong bonds with the industry and the community. I'm finishing this first idea. As we maintain this high confidence level, we are the best option for society, understood as a whole, governments, industry, social organizations, labor unions, NGOs. We're the best option to be the place, the right place to discuss, to study, and to look for solutions for the most complex and challenging problems. And of course, I'm convinced that is the way to accelerate the achievement of the SDG. These goals are so complex and has such difficult level that is required a multidisciplinary approach that the multisectorial interaction could contribute in a unique way, as had just you said, Patnik, a few minutes later.
Thank you so much, Professor Rodriguez. And now, taking cue from what each one of you have mentioned, while certainly, we all look forward to having a meaningful collaboration between a university and the stakeholders at large, because as I had mentioned at the very outset, university forms a part of the larger ecosystem, and as responsible university professors and members of a community, we need to contribute to knowledge creation, knowledge construction, and knowledge dissemination, so that the larger community impact stays positive and continues to be positive. While this is a cherished goal and a good ideal, but now in the current times, all of us at some time or the other do face some challenges pertaining to funding and fundraising, so on and so forth. So, in this given context, I would like to hear from Professor Penalver and then Professor Rodriguez, and then I will go to Professor Edward Peck about, when we have a push for corporate funding, which is now being increasingly viewed as a viable option in universities to meet challenges of declining public financing. Do you see this particularly impacting academic freedom in more ways than when universities receive funds from the government? Over to you, Professor Penalver.
Potentially, I think anytime you're receiving funding externally, there are impacts on academic freedom or threats to academic freedom, and universities just need to be very clear about what their commitments are and what funders' interests can and can't do to impinge on academic freedom. So, I think there are, the choice of subject matter, study is an appropriate donor limitation, right? The donors can say, okay, we'll give you money to do a study on X or Y, and not, have the institution has to make a decision in accepting that funding, whether that's something that it wants to engage in. But the freedom, once that kind of subject matter is defined, the freedom to carry out that research and to follow it where it leads, I think is a non-negotiable commitment that universities need to protect. And so, but I think that's true whether the funding's coming from industry or whether the funding's coming from government or whether the funding's coming from a private individual. There's always that risk of interference, and universities need to just be very clear at the outset that they won't allow that, right? So, as a fundraiser, I've had many conversations with donors who often want to be, they want to have some influence on certainly on the content of the research, right, on the subject matter of the research, and just helping them understand the boundaries is an important part of raising funds for a university. But I don't know that it's, there obviously the profit motive is present in the context of industry in ways that it's not necessarily with an individual or with government, but those other entities have other interests other than profits that might lead them to want to interfere with the content of research or with the way that research is carried out. So, it's the challenges are maybe different a little bit in terms of the motives for potential infringements on academic freedom, but I don't know that they're different in kind from the threats that would occur with any other source of funding.
What do you think, in your opinion, Professor Rodriguez? Because even Austral University, considering that it's also a private university, what are your views in terms of your experiences and the challenges that you have facing in terms of the engagement with the industry and the potential need for corporate funding and the impact on academic freedom in particular?
I agree with what have just said Eduardo. I don't feel that there is any difference between, in terms of freedom, okay, between or among the public financial support or private one. For us is the same. Clearly, of course, the private sector clearly has a more focused interest in research, in the content of the research. So maybe there will be more restrictions when the private sector is who is funding the research than the public one. But what I don't feel any difference is about the freedom related with the outcome of the research. And I think that the most important thing is to be free in terms of which is the outcome of research. So in those terms, I don't feel any difference. Of course, I insist on the idea that clearly the private sector is interested in studying very specific subjects, topics, and it is very well understood because they are who are funding those investigations.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Professor Edward Peck and ask him a question which is connected to what we have been just discussing with both Professor Penalver and Professor Rodriguez. But I'm just going to sort of alter it a bit. When we are talking about partnerships and funding and particularly, bringing industry or corporations into the picture here, certainly it is connected to even the donor-driven initiatives as well. And we all need to raise these funds based on a certain proposal, and the proposal that pushes for some tangible outcomes as well in terms of what that research proposal is going to achieve. So while quantification is one of the core objectives, how do you think that funding research vis-a-vis social goals can be sort of made more effective? Because when we talk about social goals, everything is not quantifiable or everything is not tangible, right? So how we can have an outcome-based initiative and yet have the confidence to be sort of driven from the funders' point of view and bring in donations so that research can happen and innovations can also take place for addressing social challenges. So as a public university, what has been your experience in this context, Professor Edward Peck?
Yeah, it's a really good question. As a public university, of course, by definition, the majority of our money comes through public sources. And about 80% of our income comes from undergraduate or postgraduate fees, majority of which are funded by a loan taken out through the government-backed student loan company. So there's an important starting point, I think, for a public university like ours. And for me, the challenge is about the balance of funding you have between the public, the private, and the philanthropic. I think the public and the philanthropic can be fairly easily aligned, actually, because public research funding is often looking to generate knowledge in a particular area of interest to government. And the challenge you face as a university is how do you produce knowledge which answers the questions that the policymakers have and rather just answer questions that you might have. And too often, I think researchers around areas of interest to government tell them what they found rather than what it is that would connect with what it is that the policymakers need to know to start to shape change. So again, it's about meeting your partners with their priorities. It's not about changing your conclusions, it's about making them relevant and accessible, I think, to busy policymakers. Donors, from my point of view, tend to donate their money in a particular area, as Professor Penalver said, and then leave us to it. They have no particular axe to grind, except to say they hope a particular area, cancer research, will make some breakthroughs that will generate outcomes that are better in the future than perhaps their relatives experienced in the past. And I see that as relatively straightforward. As was said, the commercial private funding is more problematic in two ways, in my view. Professor Penalver, Professor Rodriguez talked about the issue to do with the freedom of speech. For me, it's also about intellectual property. And often the challenge we face is what is going to happen if we do find something that is groundbreaking, innovative, and new. And how's the intellectual property then split between the two organizations who are involved? And of course, there may be many organizations involved. And that for me is the bigger challenge. On the commercial advantage one, and how you do or don't publish things that the commercial advantage of the company, it seems to me you have to have a clear view about that, Professor Penalver says, but recognize that every case will be different and there will be some coming and going and toing and throwing before you get to a place where everyone's happy. The intellectual property one, of course, is much more of a future risk because you don't know at the start how lucrative or not this particular innovation or patent might turn out to be. So for me, they're very different things to think about. I would not want to see too much of my university's funding being relied upon for commercial activity, simply because that would start to drive particular questions, which may not be the ones that are central, I think, the interests of my colleagues or indeed of our communities.
Thank you so much, Professor Edward Peck. So we have been talking about the civil society at large and the corporations as part of the society. But till now, we could not bring the role of the state or the government into our conversations. But given the challenges and opportunities and stemming from the experiences each one of us have, both as individuals and as institutional representatives, I would like to hear from each one of you in terms of, your views and your sort of a framework for action in terms of what policies are required from the government that can really facilitate and enhance the larger industry academia collaboration. I will go back to Beth to initiate a conversation on this because you might have had some experiences while driving the initiatives of the ACU and as part of your many outreach activities working with universities and governments around. And then again, we'll have a round of reflections from the university leaders present here on this particular viewpoint. Over to you, Beth.
Thank you. And yes, this is indeed one of the priority areas that we work on with Commonwealth governments in our role as the voice of higher education in that forum. And in fact, it was the theme of a piece of benchmarking study that we did through what we call ACU measures, whereby our member universities can benchmark on research activities and funding across the Commonwealth. And that issue of industry-university partnerships came through really strongly, both as, I think has been mentioned, a real source of funding. I think it was the third largest source of funding behind kind of grants and project-based, and that also kind of those public-private and industry partnerships and commercialization of research were really mechanisms for enabling our members to deliver impactful research. But we also found in that survey that translation of research into commercial or sustainable outputs does remain a real challenge. And it's an area that, whether that's due to challenges around pace, agility, as we've sort of heard, different missions, different ideas of intellectual property and how that's conceived, there are still barriers to overcome. So we at the ACU really do take these issues forward on behalf of our members to the Commonwealth governments in those forums. But we're also looking at where we can work with other organisations to explore this challenge. So we work with our partners at the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, who kind of act as the voice of industry within the Commonwealth. And we bring together industry leaders and academic leaders to explore these challenges, to see, well, where can we develop policy and practice initiatives that can overcome them. And I think there's 4 areas that have come out in conversations with our members where we could see action being taken either at a governmental level or in terms of interventions from partners in the ecosystem, as we've explored. So firstly, I think there's an opportunity to have kind of a mission-oriented approach from government. So where our government strategies align to the interests nationally and internationally, and setting out those spending and programmatic priorities in a very mission-based way across the entire ecosystem. And I think, we've seen that in the UK government, have done that in particular. Secondly, financially, so where can we see greater private sector financial incentives, encouraging businesses to invest in R&D, but also looking at how investment, and we really advocate for that investment directly in university research funding as a attractor and enabler for businesses themselves. So that co-benefit that you see, and getting governments to recognise that. Thirdly, we look at where there are shared services. So where can we find things such as technology transfer offices shared amongst universities? We as the ACU look at how we can broker connections between our members regionally or internationally to support, as well as on things such as services and training and helping our members through that knowledge exchange to improve around commercialization and share learning. And finally, having a real coordinated cross-cutting approach around skills. And that's a very kind of business-led, but also coordinated approach to developing and upskilling using higher education. And I think just finally to finish, I think on this, an example where we've seen this really holistic approach in practice is the government of Kenya have just launched a 10-year plan where they're looking at really supporting innovation and entrepreneurship, not only supporting kind of through skills and higher education, the cultivation of future entrepreneurs, but also where there's support then for enterprises to grow, and they're working very closely at that relationship between business and higher education.
Thank you so much for those thoughts. Let me go back to Professor Penalver and seek his views on this particular question.
Well, I agree with the examples that Beth gave. I would add, I'll just add a couple of really important ways the government can be helpful, especially from the perspective of a private university. Obviously the government has a very important agenda setting function and can deploy its resources to encourage collaboration between higher education and industry actors, and can providing seed money and things like that to just sort of foster these kinds of collaborative initiatives. But one of the things that we struggle with in our relationship with government is making sure that we have access on equal terms to those initiatives as compared to public institutions, and it's just a challenge that we have to constantly engage with government to remind them the value of private higher education. This is especially true in the state of Washington, where Seattle's located, but I think it's generally true in places where there's a really robust public sector in higher education, as there is throughout the Western United States, especially, to remind them of the value of a plurality of actors and the value that we can bring. We've found that in our engagement with industry really appreciates some of the differences between private and public higher education. The most important one for us being that, we're a little smaller than the big state university up the road. We're about 7,000 students at Seattle University compared to close to 50,000 students at the University of Washington. And it just means that, at every level we can move more quickly and more nimbly. And so we have a great partnership with T-Mobile, which is a cellular communications company around innovation and wireless technology. And they've said to us that the thing that they really appreciate about working with us is just how quickly we can move. And that's something that I think as a private institution we bring to the conversation. So the government, I think the role, all the ways that it fosters innovation and research and collaboration are really important, but it's equally important that it do so in ways that are accessible to private institutions of higher learning as well.
Thank you so much. Since we are running short of time, what I'm going to do is, although the momentum is quite building up now, but we need to end this program, this particular panel, in the next few minutes. Since we are talking about the corporate funding and the role of governments, certainly it is connected to even the resilience by the institutions. I do have a question which I have received from the viewers, and this is quite pertinent to what we are discussing. And I would like to invite Professor Penalver and Beth to respond to this particular question. And it goes like this. So, given the focus of corporations on profits, can private funding lead to any kind of serious sustainable development related research?
Beth, why don't you go first? I feel like I've...
Just to repeat the question, you said, given the focus of corporations, what was it? Sorry, is there serious development research? Can it lead to serious outcomes?
I think the question was, if I understood the question, it's, does the presence of the profit motive mean that there won't really be genuine progress towards sustainability coming out of collaborations between universities and industry? I mean, I guess I'll go back to where I started, that we're not going to, one of the ways that we're going to make progress towards sustainability, it's not the only way, but one important way we're going to make progress towards sustainability is through technological innovation, right? I think of electric cars, right, as an important part of how we're moving towards a more sustainable future. Battery technology, that's part of that. There are a lot of very important sustainable technologies that will come out of private research at corporations that will make some people a lot of money and still move us towards a sustainable future. And the alignment of that motive, right, the profit motive with sustainability is something that is not automatic. And I think we need to be thoughtful about how policy can help to achieve that alignment. But the idea that because there's a profit motive or a profit being made that it is taking us in a different direction, I think is not a fair assumption.
Thank you so much for those thoughts. So while we are having a conversation in this particular context of what benefits universities can reap per se by virtue of their collaborations, I would also like to alter it a bit to have quick views from each one of you, Beth, Professor Edward Peck, Professor Penalver, and Professor Rodriguez. What benefits can corporations derive from such collaborations on the contrary? Starting with you, Professor Rodriguez.
I think that a first benefit is that type of collaboration helps universities to be very close to the market, very close to the needs of the society. So it's a way of helping researchers not to think only in terms of papers, but in terms of bringing solutions, real solutions to the needs of society. It's a way to promote and to foster this approach of university, of the researchers, of the laboratories to the society, who is our first responsibility.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Penalver.
I would second what Professor Rodriguez said. I would add, when I talk to leaders in industry, In Seattle, what they say, their greatest challenge is finding talent. And so I think involvement with universities is, to the extent that it strengthens that alignment that Professor Rodriguez was talking about, it helps make sure that the people coming out of universities are being taught the skills and the subject matter that is relevant and important to industry leaders, and that knowledge about how to achieve that alignment really resides with industry. But also, the actual involvement, right? The involvement of students, especially in research, maybe primes them toward staying in the area and working for those companies that they were exposed to as students, and that can help with that talent recruitment challenge. So there are a number of benefits for companies in being engaged with universities in their regions.
Thank you so much, Professor Penalver. Over to you, Beth Button, followed by Professor Edward Peck. Some views on this particular aspect.
Thank you. I think to not cover what's been mentioned, just to bring a different angle to it, I think one of the things that the ACU we look at in particular is the idea of kind of equitable and sustainable partnerships, and we've done a lot of work in looking not only at how universities can develop equitable partnerships amongst themselves, but particularly in the partnerships they broker with community and with industry and other stakeholders. And I think one of the benefits for industry, if they look at the longer term partnerships that they can engage with universities, is I think research shows that longer term partnerships tend to be more equitable and sustainable. So, how can and in what way can industry partner in a way through their relationships with universities in which will enable them to derive longer term or more equitable benefit for the kind of communities they serve and their own work as well.
Thank you, Beth. You will have the last word, Professor Edward Peck.
That's very kind of you. So I have no wish to add about the issues to do with innovation and skills. I think that's absolutely what they benefit from. In my experience, actually, going to Beth's point about government strategy, is that governments find it hard to sustain a strategy over a prolonged period of time. And that what universities tend to do is pick off the opportunities as they arise, knowing the agenda will probably change in 3 or 4 years' time to something different. That's how government and parties work. And for me, the best thing the UK government does is the Higher Education Innovation Fund, where they give money to universities on a formula basis to give us the capacity to go and talk to these companies, to build these relationships without any particular prior agenda about what the outcome would be. And often the biggest challenge universities have with businesses is businesses don't know how to access the university, how to make the most of the innovation and the skills that we have, and how therefore to make the most impact on their particular sector. So for us, that unearmarked money you can spend in any way you want at university is the most effective thing that the government does for us around business relationships. I think that's preferable to these grand strategies, which often don't last very long and may not necessarily be exactly what it is the companies in your particular area have as their priorities or indeed their interests. So I think there's a balance between government having a strategy and government just letting local people have the resource, the time to do what it is they think is best in their local circumstance.
Thank you so much for those insightful thoughts and perspectives shared by each one of you. Throughout our discussion, we had the opportunity to explore the dynamic landscape of multi-stakeholder collaborations, recognizing both the opportunities as well as the challenges that are inherent in forging partnerships between academia, industry, government, and most importantly, community stakeholders, like, for instance, from harnessing the power of technology and innovation to addressing systemic barriers and inequalities. Each one of you have offered valuable insights into the complexities of collaborative partnerships for sustainable development. Therefore, as we reflect on our deliberations, it is clear that the future of higher education lies in embracing and continuing with a culture of robust collaboration, innovation, and with social responsibility. And by working together across sectors and disciplines, I'm sure we can unlock new pathways for positive change, driving meaningful impact and advancing the global agenda for social justice and sustainable development. I'm indeed so very grateful to each one of you, Professor Edward Peck, Professor Eduardo Penalver, Beth Button, and Professor Rodriguez for your time and for your participation and for your cooperation, collaboration, and friendship with the OP Jindal Global University, and for participating in the 4th edition of the World University Summit. And our discussions today, they would only serve as a catalyst for action, inspiring us to redouble our efforts in building an inclusive, equitable partnerships that would empower communities, protect our planet, and create a better future for generations to come. On this particular note, I thank each one of you once again, and let us continue to work together. Thank you so much.